Hello, everybody, and welcome to the grand finals of the Aegis Vanguard League, the grand finale of our first season. It's been an amazing run, and tonight we are going to crown our first winner of this league. My name is Moose, and joining me as always is Jack. Jack, welcome. You excited for today's matches?
I'm extremely excited. These are the two best teams in our league, and I mean, the storylines are so incredible. The players so incredible. It's going to be an incredibly exciting matchup.
And I'm incredibly excited to see what a team that we saw last season in or not lower seeded, but a lower level bracket in league, the AML, what they're going to be able to do against a team that established themselves very early on as a premier team, rival, opponent, whatever you want in this league. The Agency versus SpellBinders. SpellBinders come in as the top seeded team. They've breezed through both of their other playoff matches. I believe that both of those were 3-0s. We've streamed them both. We saw a pentakill from the mid lane. We've seen incredible coordination, incredible lane control. And I'm really, really excited to see what they're going to bring to the table. Do we have roster lineups, Ice? I think we do. Perfect. Yeah, I want to look at Spellbinders here really quick because we're not going to be getting Atreus, the top laner that we had last week in this series. We're going to get Slappy Joe. And we'll talk about the significance of that later on, but that is an amazing record.
Yeah, and Atreus played for them during the regular season. They had Iso last week. Esub came in, played very well, and now Slappy Joe slotting in. He is an AML champion, was on the Akuma Pizza Cutters, who won the AML, alongside Violet, who is actually the AML Finals MVP. As you said, seasonal leaves, got a pentakill in the first round, and then a Josu and Beep have been the best bottom lane. I gave a Josu my regular season MVP. Highest KDA and CS per minute in the entire league. So when you take all these players and you put like these all-star level players together with championship experience, and then you look throughout the entire regular season and playoffs, and they've lost 2 games total, even when changing up certain players. I mean, this is an unbelievably formidable team.
Yeah, and I did not remember that little bit of a blip last week in that semifinals match, but I think that it was still never in doubt for that squad. And I mean, you see the power level of this team. Now going back or looking over to the Agency, grand finalists in the AML, they had an abysmal start to this season. Let's not coax anything here. Let's not sugarcoat it. 1-3, 3-7. But once they hit the playoffs, they really hit their stride. It is a real Cinderella story here for this team that leveled up in league and are now looking to potentially get a little bit of revenge off of some of the players on the Spellbinder squad.
Yeah, this is not a team that you can stand to underestimate. As you can see, and as Moose mentioned, very, very poor regular season 1-3 match record, just snuck into the playoffs due to some lucky buys and a 2-1 win over Rush. But once they get into the playoffs, we've already spoken about it. They got all the way to the finals in the AML. As a team, as a squad, once those Bo5s start, they are so good. Won in a 5-game screamer against Chaotic Indigo, who were undefeated in series record coming into the playoffs. And then just last week, after a couple of reschedulings, almost got reverse swept by Gnome Children, but were able to win out that last game. So this Agency team, coming off of 2 5-game best of 5s, we talk about momentum, we talk about practice. They are coming in more practice than any other team could possibly be.
Agreed. And, they had to climb up that bracket in order to make this chance of getting into the grand finals happen. And so I am very curious to see what that fire, what that tenacity is going to be bringing to the table as we get ourselves started with the first draft of Game 1. Spellbinders, as the higher seeded team, are going to be blue side. Agency are going to be red. We have discussed it week after week after week. I sound like a broken record, but I need to say it time and time again. We're looking at almost a 20% win advantage in Aegis leagues for the blue side here in this season. You cannot underestimate the power of having it at the start of a best of 5 series where it is also fearless draft. we're going to get our first ban of the game. It's going to be Yasuo.
Yep, they do flex it between mid lane and bot lane. And, I wouldn't be shocked if Terry just took it himself. Looking at these matchups very quick as we see these early bans come through, I'm expecting to see mostly jungle-oriented stuff, as Violet and Broken are two of the premier players with very high game amounts on many champions, as we see the Volibear come through. The top lane matchup, we're going to be seeing Slappy Joe versus Terry Tinkle. When we spoke about these teams both having players from AML Finals and the entire franchise and org of Agency, that means we're going to get the same matchups. And Slappy Joe did extremely well in the AML Finals against Terry Tinkle. And in the Aegis League so far, when he has played, he leads the league in gold difference and gold difference at 14. So he's laned well against everyone, and he has a long history of laning well against Terry Tinkle. So I wouldn't be shocked if instead of giving him some sort of counter angle, they just grab him a really stable, steady top lane pick and just say, we know he's going to win this lane. Let's just get him something he wants and then move on.
Yeah, the other part of the other side of that, though, is that he's been very susceptible to ganks in the games that we've played, and very susceptible to getting solo kills. And so SpellBinders could be looking at that as an opportunity to go for a really powerful scaler or a really strong early game contender at the start of the match to really, just put it away before it really begins. The rest of the bans, we're going to get a Nocturne and a Talia from SpellBinders, and the Agency is going to take away the Volibear, the Poppy, and the Varus. Varus is a very common B1 pick. Poppy definitely giving a lot of teams some struggles and some problems. So not really surprised to see those bans here, as the Corki becomes the first pick for SpellBinders in round one, or in game one.
Is technically a flex, but I don't see Season of Leaves taking it into the mid lane. Josu, it's their most played mid laner. They've got over 100 games on it, and last week we saw them play extremely well on the Corki. I know Beep kind of stole the show, but Josu played extremely well, and we talk a lot about the reason these supports are able to be unlocked and roam the map is because these ADs have been playing so well and are so stable. As we see the Zeri being the answer. Zeri probably has gone up after some buffs to the ultimate damage and some general map prio changes. You don't need as much presence in the bottom lane early because you can swap around the 8-minute mark. So Zeri coming in does make a lot of sense, especially when you see Corki and think they're probably going to want to scale with that Corki, get a couple items. And Orianna also picked up Strokerton in the mid lane. Their most played champion is that Orianna. It's banned away from them almost every game. So expecting to see that here, although I don't know how much I love the champ on its own. So we're going to have to see what they put around it to really unlock that pick fully.
And dropping it in against a Corki that's going to be able to rotate around the map, or rotate around the fight relatively easily, there is definitely cause for concern there. Will the Orianna be able to have a good ball delivery system? Will they be able to find something like a Jarvan, maybe an Ornn, maybe something that can lunge forward, keep everyone in, like a Rel? We'll have to see what they do decide to go for. Vi was my other potential choice for that. It would have been nice to see that Vi with the Orianna here from the Agency, but instead, they are now going to be playing against it for the SpellBinders, along with that Lux. I believe that Lux is going to be going into the mid lane for Season of Leaves, which will now confirm that Corki is most likely going into the bottom lane.
Yep, that is what I would expect as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see them. I was going to say pick Xin there, but they are going to grab the Rel. I usually see enchanters with Zeri, but I think they're saying, well, the Corki probably isn't going to have an enchanter because you don't usually pair enchanters with casters. So we'll just grab Rel, ban out the supports we don't want to play against, and there's enough AD bruiser junglers up and available at this point. Wukong's still up, Pantheon's still up. If they don't ban Xin, it'll be there. Wukong is going to be the ban. So they have a lot of options in this game one, Fearless. I am surprised to see how this draft is shaken out so far, because Wander is much more into these long range, more like control oriented AD carries. So to see a Zeri, this hyper carry pick that really wants to be going forward and front to back, just running through these team fights, it is a bit of a departure from what I'm used to with the agency. But, you know, they've just played 2 5-game series. Maybe they've discovered something new about their dynamic that we haven't seen yet. So I wouldn't be shocked to see anything from this team at this point. You really can't underestimate them.
As Xin Zhao and the Wukong do get taken away from the Spellbinders, 2 very good ball delivery systems for that Shockwave going to be taken out. The Nautilus going to be taken away. I definitely understand that. And that's another pretty good ball delivery system, if I do say so myself. The Lee Sin is going to be coming in for the, I think, the first time in the AVL that I think we've seen on stream. It is a very niche pick, something that I've rarely seen here this season. And so I'm very curious to see how this is going to be playing out. It is a little bit weaker, and Vi might be able to have their way with them in the early game if they're able to play into a really good Vault Breaker, as Leona now gets put in for Spellbinders as the support role. And now we got to see what Season of Leaf wants to play, and it's going to be the Shen.
Yeah, so Slappy Joe now gets a really safe matchup, can affect the rest of the map as well with that global. And the Lee Sin coming in, got buffs on 15-12, and really it was one of those, it was very transparent buff where it's like, all right, Riot wants Lee Sin to be on MSI. We get it. And when this champion is good, if you are an aggressive, mechanical jungler, you can make Lee Sin look like an unstoppable monster in the early game, and it doesn't really fall off just because of how much mobility there is. As game 1, Terry is not going to leave us hanging, as we see Riven. In this first game, Terry Tinkle's most played by far is the Riven. And I've said this pretty much every time that he's picked this champion. Riven one-tricks are unlike other one-tricks. They know every matchup. They know every angle. They know every single intricacy of how to play this champion. And Terry does that to the best because he takes every fight. He takes every trade. He dives every time he thinks he can get a kill. Plays just like an absolute psycho. So I'm glad to see him get his 1.
And I hear the music, because it looks like we are starting game 1. Let's go ahead and jump into the Dragon Draft here. Jack, I've got the Infernal Soul at the end of last week's series, so you get to start this one.
I'm going to try my best to get my lucky charms and grab up Hextech first.
Oh no, this is a grand finals, Jack. I can't let you have it. I'm going to go with Chemtech and Infernal.
All right, then we'll grab Ocean for our AML viewers and Cloud.
Gonna leave me with the Mountain Soul. Folks, it is the start of game 1 of this grand finals series. We've got over $1,000 for the first place finisher, or about $1,000 for the first place finisher, 980. So definitely a lot of money on the line there. If it's just the 5 players, you're looking at almost 200 person. That's a new, that's a new, potentially a decent monitor. That's a nice headset. That's, I don't know what $200 gets you with all the tariffs and not trading with Canada and all of that, but nonetheless, it's money. And we'll see who gets it.
And one of the big things too is it's over a $500 difference between first place and second place. So both these teams, their hard work will be rewarded with a little bit of cash at the end of this, but an extra 500 being the difference is definitely a motivating factor. And it also is nice to know, you know, obviously you love getting compensated for your hard work, but the players that we have on both of these teams are players that are motivated by progressing throughout the tier 3 system, potentially getting to tier 2, wanting to be the best, just to be the best and to win. So I love when those things come together, when it's like you get rewarded for your good play and your hard work, but you're also, you know, you're doing it for the love of the game. As we take a look at these keystones, nothing too out of order. Only thing to really mention is Wander showcasing that affinity for more control-oriented picks, with the cleanse going to be the rune. As Terry, don't do it to me, please.
Oh God, first blood, and we're not even 2 minutes in. Is going to go the way of Slappy Joe, flashing away from that final hit of the Ruined Blade. Terry Tinkle is now going to have to teleport back. A very rough start for the agency, and it's pretty much right back to what we saw in the grand finals, where Terry just wants to go in.
I mean, it's been quite a while since I've cast an agency game. I think we did one early in the AVL. did not do one for the rest as they had a quite poor record. And I'm glad to see that the Terry that I know and love is still there, as Season of Leaves showing their affinity on this Lux champion is just fighting all over the map, so aggressive. And now we're looking for an angle mid.
Yeah, a lot of damage on to Starkerton. Flash was used in order to get away. You have that summon Airy there. As maybe Starkerton's going to look to try to go for a little bit more. Terry Tinkle, though, once again is going to be hovered under tower. Going to be forced to very little HP. Oh boy. Thankfully for them, Slappy Joe does not have Flash. And they will be able to potentially back out, but that is almost 100 HP, and that's going to be devastating for them, and great for Slappy Joe.
Slappy Joe, as Orianna has no mana here, this could get dangerous. Leaving the Leaves doesn't hit. Well, the Clockwork wind up, though, doing so much. That shield coming back, very useful. I want to mention, Slappy Joe does not have a ton of solo queue games, and from what I can see, Shen, not in their top 10. They have some other accounts with lower elos, but the proficiency they're showing on this Shen pick to walk under the turret and shadow dash back to grab the Riven out from under their own turret and get some extra grass procs and some extra damage down. Really impressive stuff. As we see Broken want to try and make sure this wave crash is not going to be able to get it. And also, maybe try and contest this top crab, but not the best look as Violet is here and the reigning AML Finals MVP trying to get another trophy.
Bree, though, nice Zenith Blade, and land onto Wander, has the Cleanse and Flash available, but they will be able to back off. Nice protection there from Dunzi. I mean, that's the power of that Zenith Blade. Even when you hop over a wall, if it connects, you're able to be glued back onto them. Violet looking to have sniffed out where, or be sniffed out by Terry Tinkle. Broken is in the area, but they're maybe looking to clear out their waves, and neither one of these junglers has backed at this moment. And so now we're going to get ourselves maybe a little bit of a lull here.
Yeah, and especially seeing as bot lane is going to look to reset after crashing. Ajosu's got no mana, so they're going to want to spend some of the gold at 40 CS will get you at 5 minutes. I'm surprised to see that the Leona was left open. The support bans Agency threw out after picking the Rel were Nautilus and Alistar. And when you're playing into a Rel, you really just want to play a champion that doesn't really mind getting engaged onto. You know, Nautilus is more squishy than a lot of people think, and Alistar doesn't want to get engaged on. They want to be the one going in unless they're specifically looking to disengage. So Leona being left up and available, not the most common thing to see. And Beep obviously already going mid lane, as we know how often this guy likes to roam. For now, we're just going to clear out a control ward. And Josu going to grab some very well-wanted solo experience.
Definitely so. No CS looking relatively even in 4 out of the 5 lanes. Slappy Joe with about a 2-wave advantage. Maybe a little bit of an over seeking there from Beep. They're going to be taking a lot of damage, but they're able to flash over the wall, and they will get back under tower, so they will be able to survive. But they won't be able to survive. Broken coming in with an incredible Sonic Wave to be able to get the first kill for the Agency. And I gotta tell you, you know, Broken has been so consistent in every single series that we watched him play.
Yeah, and that's been when just playing normal 80 bruiser junglers that have been in the meta. Now he's getting his Lee Sin 174 games, 61% win rate. So on their most comfortable champion in a game where they're being given opportunities to find very good angles. Unfortunately, they're playing against SpellBinders eSports, and every time you think that you've gained an advantage on them, they will find something back. Once Broken got that kill, they have enough vision in the bottom side to recognize that they're not going for the dragon, that Broken backed on low HP after grabbing that kill. So Violet quietly is soloing the dragon so that even though they do give up that kill in the bottom lane, give some extra gold to the Lee Sin, they've started their dragon stacking the Infernal. Dragon is secured. They're going to be able to back, or actually Violet's just going to walk up to their blue camps. Broken's already pinging on their way there, so we could see some action right now on this topside Scuttle Crab.
Gotta be also, I think, very careful if you're the agency, because like you said, the ability to be able to capitalize even at a negative moment is something huge that you've got to be aware of. SpellBinders are very good at that. With a little bit of time remaining until the Void Grub spawn, we've got about 15 seconds remaining. Agency, though, looking to get a little bit of good vision there. Oh boy, we're trying to go for some big plays, and they get him in second to, what's the word? Shockwave?
Yep. It's just extremely well done. I was gonna say a good show of patience, but Broken kind of just brute forces that play, goes for the ward jump when they don't get the right angle, they flash to create it. Strogerton gets that shockwave at a good timing, and now still looking to invade, and Strogerton's got the first move.
Advance, advance, advance! Violet trying to go for the season assist, but a great stand united from Slappy Joe is keeping Violet alive, but Feat of Warfare going to be claimed by Stalkerton. There comes the light wave and a double kill. Great recovery there by Slappy Joe to get 2.
Yeah, great job, great awareness to put that stand united down. Terry does get some very much needed XP and gold in the top lane, but really good rotations made by both teams. Obviously, first move was so well done by Strogerton and Broken to continue pushing their advantage in this early game. I thought that for a moment Violet was going to get out because of the Spirit's Refuge by Shen blocking those clockwork wind-up auto attacks from Orianna, but still able to get it with the abilities. The final spark will help Slappy Joe get this other kill, and you know, Spellbinders, for the moment, it looks a little better than it is, because while they are even in kill score, all of those kills are on Slappy Joe in this top lane. And Terry Tinkle he has the exact same game regardless if he is 0-10 or 0-1. This guy plays the same way no matter what. So having all the kills be on Slappy Joe is somewhat cause for concern. Luckily, they haven't yet given over too many objectives. The Void Grubs look to be going over to Agency, as Terry Tinkle could be in trouble up top.
Lot of movement there. 3-man shockwave from Stalkerton, going to be putting a lot of damage, or a little bit of damage there, on to the 3 members, as Slappy Joe could potentially be the target. Spellbinders now a little bit divided. Dunsey going to try to bring Beep back in, and they're going to be able to do so. Beep does not have the solar flare, and Beep is going to go down. Broken is going to pick up their second kill, as Dunsey's going to try to charge forward. Do they have a flash? They are going to be able to get the stun back in onto Violet, but they don't really have enough backup damage, as Broken is going back over to the Void Grubs. Overall, a solid start for the agency.
Yeah, I really like the way up. I'll say that for now.
As Slappy Joe is almost in trouble. We'll see if he actually is in trouble. He is definitely in trouble. Terry Tinkle's going to get some revenge there, but the fight in the bottom lane has commenced. Dundee is going to get hit by Season to Leave's Roots, and will be able to pick up their first kill. And on top of that, they might even be able to get some turret plates and the jungle camps in the bottom lane.
A good cross map by Violet to get down there, not only get the kill on Terrell, but as you mentioned, grab those camps. Broken is going to respond, and I really want to give the praise to Broken. When you get one of your most comfortable champs, one of your best champions, I don't just expect you to have a good game or to win that matchup. I expect you to have a dominant performance like this. 2-1-3, secured those Void Grubs, only gave over the Dragon because they got a kill and backed with low health. The rest of the team is stepping up too. The way they played that grub fight, as the back is stopped by Violet, Orianna played that grub fight so well, controlling the area and forcing everyone out with a threat of damage, as Broken is just going to be escorted out, going back to base, and most likely we're going to see that completed Eclipse. That is going to be a massive breakpoint for this Lee Sin, as we see completed items, Hextech Companion, that Eclipse that I mentioned for Lee Sin and for Riven. The Yuntal's finally completed for Zeri, as we do have a pause. Completed items for everyone except for the Leona on the other side. So, I mean, things are... I mean, the actions, just even a pause can't stop them from going.
Should be seeing that stagger for the pause here momentarily. You discussed the items. as we now look to see the next big thing happening. And it does appear to be right as the Tiger happens. Potential stun onto Soju, the Corki. 0-0-0, but does have that Bloodthirster. As the agency are looking to potentially go for this dragon. If they can get a Soju, that'd be big. Nice solar flare. Wander, though, going to be able to cleanse it. But the Stand United comes in. Wander going to get stunned by Beep. The Soju not here, because Slappy Joe was able to get the stun. But the shield lasted. And a Soju was able to survive, but Dragon is going to be going over to the agency. Meanwhile, Ultimate going to get popped by Terry Tinkle. They're going to be able to land the knockup. Slappy Joe, though, does have the Titanic Hydra, is very tanky, very healthy. Oh, almost got him.
I actually think that was pretty good for Slappy Joe. This could be very risky. Yep.
Oh, boy, maybe that was a little bit of a shopping problem there. As it is a Cloud Soul, that is 1 point for you, Jack. Will go back into the action. It's going to be a season assist on a Terry Tinkle. Can Violet get it? I don't think it can. Or no, I'm sorry, I don't think they can. Sorry, Violet does not get it.
So much shielding for the Riven, the Eclipse shield, the shield on the E-dash. So much coming through to Josu. Where the hell are you going?
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to advance. You know, the Spellbinders have been very good at when one person gets targeted, the rest of the squad makes something happen on the other side of the rift. But when every single one of those cross-lane engagements doesn't work, it can be very devastating. However, there at least is still something going for the Spellbinders, and it looks to be that turret in the mid lane. It is almost down even before the turret plates fall, but Violet is now there, going to be finding Broken. No season assist available. The root does not land from Season of Leaves. So we will back away. We're going to get a pause, and I will let you talk, Jack.
It looks like Dunzy is having some connection issues. If Season Assist was up there, that would have been a kill onto Broken, and that would have been huge. But not having that cooldown is a massive blow to their ability to get back into this game. As we see everyone is taken out, we are going to cut back to us here. Hello. I mean, this is a very interesting game state, and I think a lot of it has to do with the agency committing to a strategy I've yet to see them fully go to, and generally it's because of draft and bans, but you look up and down their roster, all of them have complete comfort on a team comp that works together. Terry has got the Riven, Broken's got the Lee Sin, Strokerton has Orianna, so all of them are on pure comfort. Wander showing proficiency on Zeri, and Dunzy on Rel is something I totally see and makes total sense. Guy's got probably over 50 games on it. So I totally understand why they are smashing this game as hard as they are. And Spellbinders, I mentioned their ability to find advantages even when they start falling behind, but they aren't finding very many here.
Yeah, I mean, the little advantages that they've been able to get have been, you know, a lot of turret play damage in the mid lane. Season of Leaves, I think, getting a lot of that gold from it. And, you know, Lux being, if they're able to land their kit, it's a root, a slow, and a ton of damage, all within a matter of moments. So that could be very devastating if they are able to get going. Unfortunately for them, no one else on the team yet has really been able to take off. You know, we're not getting a Tear of the Goddess from a Soju. They tried to go for that Bloodthirster first. And, you know, well, we have seen some saves thanks to the Stand United. Slappy Joe's been relatively silent. We are now back into the game. Expect the stagger here shortly. And there it is. Only other development here is that we have bounties on the top side of the rift for the agency, and we've got ourselves the Rift Herald spawning in 40 seconds, and it doesn't look like either team yet has any vision there.
Yeah, Slappy Joe got very lucky earlier, and now Terry has so much shielding, it's going to be difficult for them to find many picks there. When they use that Stand United bot lane to save a Josu, they got stunned and it kept them top. They ended up throwing that away, but now they're going to get killed again.
Yeah, a lot of damage on the Slappy Joe, and they will go down as first turret is going to get taken by the Spellbinder. Season of Leaves will get that, and it looks to be a sack of the top side here for the Spellbinders, as they will be able to get another tower in the bottom lane. So gold going in the Season of Leave and a Soju's pocket. They will clear out the minion waves, and surprisingly, We are not seeing the start of the Rift Herald immediately.
Yeah, I've seen this happen a lot. There's so many objectives in the game right now. Rift Herald is very firmly at the bottom in terms of priority. And I think they recognize that they just got top turret. For bot lane and mid lane, it's completely pushed up, so the likelihood of them being able to push out those lanes, grab the objective, and not give over any more turrets is quite low. So they're opting to just get some vision down, get vision on that top lane that they push, as you see wards on Gromp, wards on that bottom entrance, and there was for a moment there a ward directly on top of the objective, as it looks like now. Terry going to walk over there, going to start it up on a ward. They don't want to give over any more cross map, but they're going to have to give up something if they go for this full fight here.
Teleporter's there. Terry Tinkle going to take a wallop of light damage from Season of Leaves. And Violet and Stalkerton, or Violet's going to be up against Stalkerton. Dundee going to try to come through, and now here comes the Stand United, but it's not going to come in quickly enough. And that is going to be a complete disaster for the SpellBinders. They were unable to get Season of Leaves in there in time, and that is going to be 4 kills for the agency and a double kill for Wander on the Zeri.
I mean, with Lux going down first, you just lose so much of your damage at this point in the game, and Violet is so caught in between trying to be able to contest the objective and actually being able to fight. And there aren't even really any good options to engage on agency. All of them have so much damage built into their kit. Even to start that, Dunsey doesn't really find a massive angle. They use all of their abilities just to kill a Josu. So even when they're using all of their CC on one target, not really utilizing the wombo that they have potential to use, still able to just wipe the team fight for nothing, and Slappy Joe did not join them. And I don't really think if they had, it would have made much of a difference. Starting to run away with this game, as we do see a little catch on to Terry, but they're not going to be too phased.
Flashes up for Violet. They don't decide to go for the Vault Breaker there, but they are pursuing. Rogan is now in the area. Beep is now coming through. They are going to get hit by the Sonic Blast, and we are going to get a teleport from Stalkerton up to the top side. Beep now potentially in trouble. No Solar Flare. Uses it on to Broken, but they're able to dodge it pretty effectively. Violet going to get hit by the ultimate wave of Terry Tinkle, and now 2 members of the SpellBinders are now down, and it might just be 3. Indeed, it is 3. 6, 1, and 5 for Broken.
I mean, just utter domination. SpellBinders chase a bit too far, and agency immediately commit to punishing that overextension. Flash from Strokerton comes in. They transfer the bottom lane up there to catch the runners. Seasons of Leaves will not make it out. Now Josu even caught out again, way too far pushed up. You're not getting out of this.
Yeah, I don't know what is happening for the start of this series, the grand finals. For the team that performed so well in the first 2 playoff matches that we streamed for them, this is a complete 180. Overextensions, not being prepared, and ultimately putting themselves on the back foot. This could be warm-up. This could be potentially investigating what the agency is going to be trying to do for the remainder of this one. But this game is looking very good for Red Side here.
Yeah, and I mean, they got all of their most valuable picks. Lee Sin, like you mentioned, just kind of coming back into the meta, so not seeing it banned isn't totally shocking. Riven was the last pick, and I think whenever you're playing against a Riven one trick, it's always going to be on the table. But the Orianna has been something we've seen banned in most games. They opted to go for Talia, and they don't pick it themselves, going for the Lux instead. And I think that's something important to show as well. Is it's not like SpellBinders aren't playing some very comfortable champions as well. Josu, I mentioned Corki, most played champion for this guy. Violet on a champ that's very much their style, as Terry might be caught out now.
This could be the opening for the SpellBinders here, and it will be a shutdown, and that is a big shutdown, and that goes into a Soju's pockets. I think almost 800 gold for that one, which is very nice indeed. Right as the Otacon is spawning topside, Stalkerton looking to get some more gold in the agency's pocket. Will be able to get the tier 1 turret in the bottom lane, but they do not have teleport. And now with almost all 5 members of the Spellbinders here, they could be looking to potentially go in for a fight. Terry Tickle does not have teleport. 11 seconds remaining until they respawn. They will be able to get that top tier 1 tower to trade what Starkerton was able to do. And they will now back away. They will go for the reset.
That's the right decision. You get the top lane turret, you get the kill, but you don't want to overextend. You don't want to stay. They do know that this is happening. Sloppy Joe did leave, but they have the Stand United. Violet is still in the area. But the Stand United is used so early. They're so scared. They know that any more team fights going the way of Agency could be the end of this game. And now we see the dance. So many teams fail at this point. When they get a team off an objective, they immediately start it back up themselves. But now they know they have to turn off. But now walking back up, Akata still leashed.
4,000 HP remaining on that one. Who's going to be able to get it? Can Broken find another amazing Smite steal? No, it gets leashed. 4,000 HP remaining on that one as Dunsey goes down. A lot of damage on to Terry Tickle, who now gets caught out with that overextension. Nice hit from Broken to be able to get Slappy Joe away from those surviving members of the Agency, but the Agency will not win this one. They might be giving off even more than they can chew as we get a shutdown and another disconnect. I don't know what's going on here, but this seems like a lot of people are disconnecting in this game.
Yeah, clearly there are some connection issues, most likely going to be attributed to that little micro patch we had before the game. Thank you, Riot. But I mean, that fight, from what I saw, and obviously I have no idea exactly what's happening on those PCs, but it looked just a little disjointed, because once you have one member get caught out in the pit, it's like, okay, we've just got to back off. Like, it's now a numbers thing. And then Terry does what Terry does, goes back in, tries to push them off, and the rest of the team is just not being communicative about whether they want to follow that up or do they just want to leave. It's it's just an Otacon. Like, this is not a buff you really need to flip the whole game over. And as we mentioned, once they backed off of it, Spellbinders didn't commit to it themselves. So they could have just left it and reset, walked back out into the map, and restarted that fight with full health, with items, but instead they opt to do that little dance that so many teams opt for that never works out. One team always ends up throwing at that moment, so we're gonna have to see what the fallout of that will be.
And I mean, there is definitely gonna be fallout here, right? Like, all of that shutdown money that was on Broken and Stalkerton, I believe that both of them went down in that one, so you're gonna find yourself giving all of that gold back over to the Spellbinders. And like you said, it definitely felt disjointed. It felt disjointed for the Spellbinders at first. It felt disjointed from the Agency at the end of it. And ultimately, the Spellbinders get everything that they want. And I don't know if maybe, like, I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt and say that there were no disconnection issues, because I still think that this is very valid for a actual fight that happened where Terry Tingle goes in and the team just doesn't follow him, and then at that point it's just GG.
Yeah, and especially considering what the game state is, like, Agency is so far ahead. If any one of them catch one member, they can insta-kill them with what they have right now in their pockets. So it isn't unfathomable that one of them would go deep thinking I can just wipe them all off, especially Terry. So Broken looking for the angles, then walking back thinking like, it's 3 to 5, but it's still, Orianna has Shockwave, Lee Sin is still super fed. We can maybe still play this. Zeri's still up and available. So I'm not I'm not unimpressed, but Wander's performance so far in the Zeri, he clearly is showing that they know what they're doing on the champion, but in terms of actually working with this team comp, I think a Josu might be able to find an angle here.
Alrighty, and we just got confirmation that we are still unfortunately running into issues with the client at this time. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break, and when we come back, we will jump back into game 1. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody. We are back at the end of that team fight. We apologize for that confusion there, because we are going to get a ultimate from Season of Leaves that does not land. Broken Nose going to go in all alone, and Slappy Joe will get that kill.
Just a little overestimation there coming back into this game, and looks like they're just kind of unraveling a bit. And whether it's, you know, these connection issues that we're running into, it seems to be a server-wide issue. We're going to see how this plays out, but there are still aspects of these fights that are, regardless of the connectivity issues, as Agency still in a pretty good situation, only up 2k gold, but SpellBinders really have to work on getting some better angles into these fights. For now, it seems that they are just running headfirst into areas that they know the Agency are occupying. So they're going to have to look to find someone caught out, find some early vision to allow them to get better positioning, and going to be the next test in a minute for this Cloud. Soul Point for Agency would make it very difficult for SpellBinders if they want to find a way back into this game.
Agreed. And now let's take a look at, you know, where the items are at here. You got pretty much 2 items on everybody but supports, which is expected, and that is, you know, pretty good, I think, for both sides. You know, Cosmic Drive and Malignance, though, for Season of Leaves, I'm looking for that punch, right, in that part of the build. And you know, 0, 7, 3, and 7 really not able to provide that at this point. But the big development here, with the Soju getting all of that money, right, like, they find themselves with a 3-item build, comparatively just the 2 items that Wander has, with 11 seconds until the Dragon remains, for having both teams go into the river.
Yeah, an early TP there from Slappy Joe, who had the Stand United, so didn't really need to expend it. A Strokerton just takes their entire health bar from a final spark. A Josu, as you mentioned, sitting on those massive items, 50% crit strike now, has that Bloodthirster to get the sustain. And SpellBinders, I mean, we talk about it, that they usually, even when giving something up, they're able to find angles back in, as Strokerton having to teleport after basing. But Final Spark is already back up and available, and Terry Tinkle is very far up.
And that's the power of that ultimate, as we are going to get another big Final Spark come through, as the Soldier's going to be able to take out Dunzi, but Strokerton's going to be able to take out Beep and Leona, and it's going to be Wander being able to take out Slappy Joe. A Soldier taking a massive amount of damage, but barely able to survive, potentially. Yes, we'll be able to survive, but the Dragon's going to go to the Agency.
Just so far ahead. If you can't immediately find an angle on someone, it's going to make it so difficult. Final Spark is back up already, so they know they have to be super careful in taking the Dragon. They will get it, and that will be Soul Point for the Agency. But, I mean, that team fight was a great start. Beep finds Terry Tinkle isolated from the rest of the team, but Lee Sin just has so much mobility, able to immediately find their way into the middle of that fight. And with the Eclipse, with the Sundered Sky, those upgraded Mercury Treads giving that magic damage shield makes Lux so much less able to find those burst kills. And to Josu, and we mentioned all the damage that is in this build now, but not yet at 100% crit strike. Going for this build makes their laning so much better for Corki, but once you get into this mid game, it does push back the scaling a tad bit, because you're not getting those high crit numbers with that crit true damage on the passive. So now we're seeing, you know, a new problem. It's not just about finding good positioning, about finding good angles. Now you're also having to worry about target selection. You're having to worry about making sure you have enough burst damage available to fully take down a target, to secure a numbers advantage for a team fight. It's starting to become maybe a little bit too much for SpellBinders to have to navigate, for them to find winning angles in this game.
And now we'll have to see what can SpellBinders do. Terry Tinkle feeling very confident here. Looking to potentially see if they can jump in for some fun. Not able to do so quite yet, but as the Dragon is taken, as that Cloud Soul is taken, mind you, it didn't, and Season of Leaves still has that ultimate up almost immediately, but Zunz is going to be able to take out a Soju. That was a one-shot from somebody. It had to have been Strokerton with that shockwave to provide us with that great start. And now it's looking like Barrett is all but secured for the agency.
Yeah, just poor positioning. Josu walks a little too far forward without having vision in that side brush. Gets immediately bursted 100-0 as Terry Tinkle is most likely going to be caught out here at the cost of Baron. But again, we talk about SpellBinders able to constantly try and find something. It's just that, you know, the consolation at this point, it might not be enough to warrant what they're giving up in the first place. These small victories are not going to be enough to claw them back. They really need to hit some more break points. The Lux really only being able to find these final sparks needs to start getting some better bindings, making better usage of that Q snare. Maybe they need to get aggressive, try and find some engages themselves, because right now it seems like everything's a bit reactionary. They're having to play around what the agency want and just hope that they can find good angles, as we see now. The priority just being picking up as many waves as possible.
And just trying to keep the gold as stable as well. Now, we're almost 30 minutes in, so a 5,000 gold deficit isn't necessarily the biggest problem. I mean, they do have to contend with Baron for the next 2 minutes, and the three dragons that the agency have been able to build. You know, all hope is not lost at this point. Like, all hope is, you know, still, not all hope, but some hope is still there for them to potentially bring this back. I mean, the potential win condition for them would have to be a really strong team fight at the Dragon Pit to avoid agency from being able to get soul points. The one advantage that they've got is that they still have all three of their inhibitor towers intact, 2 of them insulated by their inner towers. So there's definitely still some opportunities for the SpellBinders that are looking to make something happen now.
They've also been able to secure mid lane push. They don't know it, but there's a very vulnerable TP coming in behind them. Strokerton in a really bad spot now.
Double shockwave though. Gonna be able to take out a Soju. Broken is down, or Broken to be able to get that one. But Wander is gonna go down for the first time in this game. That money is gonna go over to Slappy Joe. But the rest of the team fight is gonna go to the way of the agency. Beep will be able to take out one. But unfortunately for them, oh, no, I'm sorry. Beep went down to Dunzi. I apologize there. And unfortunately for them, 3 members go to their 1. Dragon isn't even up yet. Still for 14 seconds. It's just Violet and Slappy Joe. And the inner tower is going to go down. I'm assuming more is on the way.
An extremely risky TP by Strokerton, but it ends up creating a very, very interesting position for each team where both AD carries were left very vulnerable. Both got jumped on. Josu ends up going down immediately, and then Wander, as you mentioned, has their first death of the game. But even if you just look at the scoreboards, you can tell that one of these teams cares way less about their AD carry going down than the other. Wander not being there really doesn't change the fact that there's a 23 Magi stack Orianna, an 8-2-12 Lee Sin, a Riven that is very well versed on the champion, and all of that CC that Rel can provide. So it just ends up not being worth it to go for that trade, and now they're playing the sneak game, just trying to stay in the jungle, act as living wards. They want to be able to see where any vision does go down. Is now Cloud Soul not the best for some members like the Lee Sin, like the Orianna, but for champions like Zeri, Rel, Riven, that Cloud Soul adds so much mobility to the kits. And Slappy Joe looking for an angle here.
They're gonna be able to find a stun onto Strokerton. Shockwave gonna land, but there's all those Dark Zeal stacks going down. Violet's gonna be able to take out Wander. And maybe that Living Ward strategy working off a very risky play from the SpellBinders is going to result in 3 members going down and a ton of money going back into their pocket. They've got a power play for the next 30 seconds.
I said Season of Leaves has to find better bindings, and in conjunction with the Slappy Joe reach around taunt, able to grab Strokerton, get that first kill. As you said, kind of take that Medjai's down a turn, and then Violet was sitting in the blue jungle for so long, comes over the wall, gets Wander. Dunsey tries to make something of the fight so that the 280 fighters can maybe get an angle, but it's too late. And maybe just for a moment, we have neutralized the map. It is a 3.5k gold lead, but items still being completed. Luckily, you're starting to see a point where some of these bruisers do fall off. The Lee Sin and Riven starting to diversify their builds, go for some more tank-oriented items with the Death's Dances being completed. Shen now almost into full tank, but the Serpent's Fang being picked up. You got Lee Sin, Riven, Orianna, all can generate shields for themselves, so can Rel, and the Locket of the Iron Solari for the Rel. So not a bad itemization. We've seen games lost here at Aegis because players don't pick up that Serpent's Fang and recognize that it is so useful. So not surprised to see that. And then I love the Crypto Bloom completion. You notice that a couple members have a little bit of Merc, or a little bit of MR through those Merc treads. So Crypto Bloom gets some healing for your team, able to contribute more than just those little bursts every once in a while on the Lux. Almost at 100% crit chance for Corki. So even though the gold, each team has so much that difference means less and less as the game goes on.
As the next big fight, a Baron is up in 250. It would be Elder Drake, or up shortly, pardon me. It is up, pardon me. 250 for the Elder Drake. Baron is up now. Beep was about to flash away from Brogan and Dunsey. Are they going to be able to get away from them? They will be for the time being, but they're going to find Terry Tinkle. Can they get more? Nice chocolate from Strokerton once again. Wander's going to be able to take out Season of Leaves. Tommy Joel wants to try to take out Terry Tinkle, but they're not going to be able to do so, as Wander is going to get a double kill. Violet is down, and that is going to be GGWB for game one.
Yep. Not having the wave there just yet. Beep holding it as long as possible, but they don't have minions. They don't care. Just running around their base, finding kills. The agency have been here before, and with pure comfort, damn your DCs, damn your server issues, they grab the champs they know best, and they will win game one of the AVL Grand Finals.
Yeah, and I'm very impressed with what the agency were able to do, but you also got to credit SpellBinders for taking a very difficult game that was like just challenges from start to finish and still going for risky plays. I hear it all the time where, sometimes going for that 20% success chance play could be the difference between winning and losing the game. And I like that the Spellbinders tried to do that several times. It didn't work out all of the times, but being able to get 3 down in the mid lane, getting those Medjai stacks off of Strokerton, like that's a big deal. And that's a successful play that maybe wouldn't have worked out because they are feeling so far behind. So, very fun game one for sure.
Yeah, and I'm happy to see a very competitive series. Last time we saw the agency in this position, unfortunately, we're not able to make it work in the AML. So grabbing this early win, and as we mentioned, they had a match record of 3-7. Both their series went to 5 games, but this is a well-practiced agency team that has their draft strategy down. But going forward, they don't have that comfort. No more Riven, no more Lee Sin, no more Orianna. So are they going to be able to make it work on some less practiced champions?
And, game 2 will be up in just a moment with that draft. We're going to go ahead and check in on some things. And once we come back, we'll get into that draft, as I stated. So we'll see you guys soon. Welcome back, everybody. We are now here for the start of game 2. We've got confirmation, no other, lag issues or anything like that, and so definitely good news for the remainder of this series. But game 1 going surprisingly, I shouldn't say surprisingly, but well for the agency, being able to find themselves in a really good position.
Yeah, being able to get one game up, especially winning a game on red side, is very important. Taking full advantage of their counter pick, grabbing the Riven. I said it last game, Terry plays every game the exact same way. So seeing that he went and got killed level 1 and then is able to be extremely effective and get a lot of really meaningful damage down in every fight, not too surprising. But I think this draft is going to be very telling, not only in their picks, but in their bans. How different of an agency team are we going to see when they don't have Lee Sin, they don't have Riven, they don't have Orianna, they don't have Rel, all of these comfortable, practiced meta champions gone. How are you going to adjust? Seeing the Yasuo still banned, that is one of their options gone, where it's like, okay, if we don't have comfort, let's try pocket. Like, let's try some of the weird stuff that we have working. And if that's not available, then you just got to play what's best and outplay them. And there haven't been many teams able to do that against SpellBinders with their starting roster. So I think if you're agency, you've got to this is the time to just once again say that game 1 wasn't a fluke, we're better. And for SpellBinders, I think you just have to take a step back and say it's one game, you still have the exact same goal, win 3 games and win the finals. That's our third loss the entire year, so let's just reset and get on to this draft.
And a reset indeed. And the important part, like you were talking about, a lot of those high priority champions are now no longer available. I think Leona, Corki, Vi, Oriana, Rel, all those champions I can see fit into so many compositions right now. And I mean, even Lee Sin, like you were talking about, has had a little bit of resurgence here in the meta. There are a lot of champions that are top picks that are now no longer in play. I'm thinking about the Varus still potentially. I think that that's going to have to force one of the agency bans unless they want to give it over to a Soju. If they do, it's going to be guaranteed over on blue side. And so that's going to be some questions moving into this one. We've seen SpellBinders, their depth of different champions is definitely is very strong. So I don't think that we're going to have a worry about having competent champions that they can be available to use. However, let's go ahead and jump back into the draft here. Talia is going to get taken away once again. It's one of those champions I would have loved to have seen with the Vi, but not going to be available for the rest of the series. And the agency is going to take away the Varus even before the R3 ban.
Yeah, there are a lot still up and available, not even just considering how strong the jungle pool is and the rise in prio of stuff like Pantheon, which is now banned. Yeah, I am interested to see some of these Spellbinders bans, given that they have first pick. We've seen Season of Leaves perform extremely well on Talia. Pantheon is a champion that Violet could easily run a game with. So I'm surprised to see them ban out these champions on blue side. Poppy being banned on red side is also a bit puzzling because, you want to have...
The same bans that they had in game one.
Yeah, but it's like if you're on red side, then you can just take the Poppy if they pick too much dash. So I'm interested to see if they just want to keep everything stock standard. They just want to try and see, are they going to pick a jungler? They don't. I wanted to talk about this, and I got myself caught up on junglers. Gwen is not only still very powerful top lane, especially when you're playing against a psycho like Terry, but Violet has 195 jungle Gwen games. So it being a flex, it also still being a competent top lane pick. Violet showing that, over the course of the games we've cast, they don't really need a jungler with a ton of agency. They can just make plays, find gold, find angles, be useful. So those being the only places where Gwen jungle really lacks, I have total faith in a player like Violet making it useful, as it looks like we are going to get a Lucian response. Hope to not see the support here. Usually like to see the support be picked on R3.
Okay, yeah. I mean, but Lucian here, they do have a lot of support options. So we'll not talk about that, especially on the Enchanter side, considering that the tank side has been taken away. But no, it's going to be the Braum. Maybe, it is threatening Spellbinder's opportunity to potentially go for a Nautilus and try to have someone go in. With if the dredge line hits the wrong champion, or if it goes awry, Braum is then able to land those concussive blows, followed by the double shot of Lucian. Could be very rough. Aphelios, okay, I'm okay with the Aphelios as long as we see something that is going to give them some early game bite. Because I see Gwen, I see Aphelios. I'm not yet seeing something that's going to bridge that gap. And I'll bring it back to you for your expectation here.
I like the Rakan duo. You're not necessarily the lovers duo, but Rakan does a great job at finding those angles you were looking for, of trying to make plays happen, make kills happen. I bet Rakan, with the grand entrance and the quickness, I bet that's like 2 seconds of pure CC that some of these champs can take very well advantage of. And Aphelios for a Josu, second most played, got 100+ games on that champ as well. So this is a strategy we've seen from a Josu all throughout the season. Loves to stay on those comfortable champions, always finds a way to stay useful. Even in that last game, the Corki really wasn't the problem there. They were still finding ways to be valuable, as Nocturne coming through for Broken, one of their most played. When Broken, this is the best meta for a player like this to play, and where all the junglers available in the meta just want to fight all the time. So you have all these 80 bruisers, these kits that have so many angles to go in, and Broken just thrives in these environments. So right now a very dangerous composition. The Lucian Braum can win lane against any AD carry and engage support composition. And then, last game, we saw the Shen be somewhat threatening as a global threat, but now, the Kale ban, I'm not sure what that's about. I don't know. I think you.
I mean, it's Terry. It's Terry. Terry plays Kale.
Okay, I'd let him. Let's see what happens when Kale takes 45 minutes to get to level 16 because he's dying top lane. But I think having that global threat is so important. And now seeing the Mel, that's a Season of Leave special. They got a pentakill on it a couple weeks ago. Cassante, just a really stable top lane pick. So looks like they are now recognizing that this top lane could be the Gwen, but they also want to get that Cassante out of here just to stay safe.
And now I'm wondering what agency decides to give final pick towards, because Strogerton did play well against Season of Leaves. I mean, the Lux just, did not get any kills for the first 25 minutes. And I mean, that's got to be rough to play against. It's got to be rough to play, or again, it's got to be rough to play as, got to be nice to play against. And maybe we're going to see if Strogerton wants to do that again. The last game, they gave the R5 pick. They gave that last pick over to Terry Tinkle, and they're going to do it again with the Ahri getting locked in here.
Yep, playmakers are the meta in mid lane. Ahri does a great job of kind of weaving into multiple different areas of not only kind of working as a burst mage assassin, but also a very mobile playmaker. Gonna get matched with the Zoe. This is a Season of Leave special, has received some buffs to her wave clear, and SpellBinders showing that they're able to match comfort with champions that are getting balance changes. Aphelios is another champ that received a quite hefty buff to multiple parts of the kit, so being able to just kind of bring that right back into their comp teams. I think we're going to probably see another very stock standard top lane pick here. I would expect at this point Gwen to go jungle. I think that something as simple as like a Gnar here would be a smart pick. Even a tank like an Ornn would be really safe here. But instead, they're going to commit to the idea that Terry's going to go crazy, and they're going to grab Garen just to try and get them the edge.
I mean, or the spin to win. Garen, I'm perfectly fine with this because you did need something tanky to round out the composition, and now you have that. And if you're able to disrupt, that could be big. That could be really, really nice if you're able to potentially silence somebody, if you're able to get a pick with the judgment. All of those are really strong options, as the Gnar is going to be the response here for the agency R5. I like this because Terry Tinkle, in order to be a champion, I think in anything, you've got to be able to show a little bit of versatility. And this is going to be an opportunity for them to show that versatility here. You can't just always go in as Gnar. You have to be patient. You have to wait. And especially when you're up against a Garen, where you have the advantage as long as you're just able to continue to poke and prod at range. So let's see if Terry Tinkle's going to be able to get it done. Before we jump into game, let's jump into the Dragon Draft here really quickly. It was a Cloud Soul, which is one for you, Jack. And I don't want you to have the Lucky Charms. I can't do it. I'm going to give you I'm going to take the Chemtech Soul.
I'm going to take a risk here. I'm going to go for Infernal and Ocean.
And I'm going to go with Hextech. And I'm going to go with Mountain. So I'm going to leave you with the Cloud Soul that it was in the last game. So curious to see how this game plays out. Will I be as lucky with the Lucky Charms Hextech Chemtech as you are? Very excited to see if that's going to be the case. But with that being said, I think we're about ready to jump into game. Let's do it.
Yep. And for that Dragon Draft, I have to run the gauntlet. I've got to get every single one of these right to come out on top for this season. And I think if agency are on my side, then it's going to be through them that we get through these early dragons, because Lucian Braum up against the Rakan Aphelios, at least early game, should be very heavily favored towards the agency, getting those, as you mentioned, those concussive blows procced so often. Anytime Rakan goes in, if Lucian just dashes out of it, they're going to immediately get those stuns off. I love seeing those spell books. I just think that the game is so much fun when supports have more options and summoner spells and can be able to move around the map, have teleport available. So I love seeing Spellbook back in the meta. Other than that, don't see any crazy keystone options here. I'm happy to see that Wander didn't go for the Electrocute. It's really only good when you have a support that can give you a buff like the Nami or the Lulu. So happy to see that press the attack, going to give them a lot of extra burst damage in the early game.
Now, I got to circle back to what I was talking about earlier with what that bridge is going to be for the Spellbinders. And I mean, the only way that I see it working in terms of that, because I mean, the bottom four of Spellbinders, they're all going to need a minute to be able to do anything of value. But I think it's going to have to be Beep roaming around the map, maybe looking to go for some, you know, advantageous numbers game skirmishes. Or it's going to have to be Slappy Joe.
Yeah, this is one of those games where patience is key. And that's not something, to be honest, that either of these teams really likes to do. But when you have, as you mentioned, you know, Nocturne needs 6. Lucian and Braum want to be pushing their advantage, but against very mobile supports like Rakan, who can just dash out of there. Again, cleanse on one of these 80 carries, this time a Josu taking it. Going to be able to run away from a lot of these engagements. You're going to have to be content with gaining health advantages. Terry Tinkle going to go Mega here.
Mega, Slappy Joe might be in trouble. Does have the flash, does have the ignite. As we're going to rotate back over into the bottom lane. Does look like Slappy Joe was able to get out, as both flashes are up. Terry Tinkle now almost out of Gnar power, but we'll be able to land the stun. It looks like we're going to be okay. They'll be fine.
Yeah, the perseverance from Garen, so much health regen. One of the most obnoxious champions to play against in lane, because it feels like, you know, as I'm talking about the players on agency having to play for health advantages and that being like what the advantage is that you gain and play around, when you're laning against Garen and every time you're not actively hitting him, it feels like he's gaining his entire health bar back. So it's, I'm honestly, I know it's only been 3 minutes, but I am incredibly proud of Terry that he hasn't gone ballistic yet. And now I'm also happy seeing Wander actually try and utilize this press the attack, utilize the lane that they drafted around. Whenever you play Lucian Braum and you're not actively pushing this early game, you know, Lucian is a champion whose damage doesn't really fall off, but as the champions around him get tankier, it becomes more and more difficult for them to really put out the damage, as they're seeing again. Fortunately, these connectivity issues creeping back in seems to be a server-wide issue, and
yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm gonna just. Yeah, we're gonna cameras here really quick. I'm not gonna say anything yet. We're gonna take it to a quick break.
Every time I close my eyes, a little less of you remains. I know you're slipping further from me now. Am I too far away?
Welcome back, everybody, here for the AVL Grand Finals. Just want to give you guys a quick update. As you guys are aware, we have been experiencing some technical issues with the client. It is not an issue of a single player. It is not an issue of a single team. It is a client issue. It could be for a number of reasons, but regardless, we're seeing all of those pauses on stream. And, for $1,000 on the line, we want to make sure that these games are as high value as possible. So we are going to be waiting about 15-20 minutes. We're going to see if the issue resolves itself. If it does, then we'll continue on with game 2. And if not, then we will go from there. Either way, we will update you when we have more information. Thank you guys all so much for your patience, and we'll see you guys soon. Welcome back, everybody. Cross your fingers to make sure that this does not continue here, but it looks like we are back for the continuation of this one. We did give ourselves a bit of a buffer of time. That disconnection happened when we just had that last pause. But with that being said, let's get back into this game, Jack.
Yep, and if it, makes anyone feel a bit safer about the continuation, the down detector for League of Legends has gone from 836 to 270. So we're on the other end of the curve, hopefully, as we get back into this game. During the break, and hopefully the skirmish top lane won't break up this thought as Slappy Joe, Terry Tingle continue to brawl out in this matchup. I learned, and I believe Moose learned as well, Season of Leaves, the mid laner for SpellBinders, as it looks like Terry Tingle has to expend the flash there. The player that won Player of the Series in the first playoff matchup we cast, the player who got the first pentakill on AVL, is 14 years old, trying to play OQs, and I just think that that adds a whole other level of impressive to this squad, that this player wasn't even on the team at the beginning half of this split, but able to come in here and be such an integral part of this extremely impressive roster.
Absolutely. And we are, what, in season 16? 14?
Yep.
15?
15.
15? League was coming around when season 1 came out. Mind you, I was playing in season 2 in college. So thank you for making me old feel, Jack. Or making me feel old, Jack. That was very rude of you.
I'm so sorry.
But nonetheless, it's impressive. It's incredible.
Yeah, and we were told by our incredible producer they hit Challenger at 12 as we go forward for the next couple of minutes. We know that they are in game quite far into this, so do not be alarmed by the left hand of Shogerton going in at a bad time.
Damage there, but Shogerton going to be able to get out. I don't know if they expended Phase Rush, but they will be forced to back. They do not have teleport, so we'll see if they are able to come back here relatively soon, as we are getting another lull in the game. We can take a look at, what's actually happening, and it's going to be the dragon in the bottom lane. SpellBinders very good at being able to capitalize on opportunities to pick up objectives, and that appears to be the case here. And we'll see if potentially gets stolen. No, it is not. Dunsey is going to flash in. No, it is not going to be a good play for Dunsey. Maybe not. No, first blood is going to go over to Beat. Had to expend both Ignite and Flash into it, but now Brogan is in trouble. Going to be ticking down with the Ignite, but should be A-okay. But other than that, other than first blood, Strogerton and Broken also had used Flash.
Yeah, because it had been a little while since we got in the game, I thought for a moment that Dunsey had lost their mind, but realizing they have unsealed Spellbook, so they most likely had Smite available. We're going to try and flash in there, smite it away. I think, honestly, at this point, getting first dragon for your support's life is not the worst trade-off, especially because we saw Strogerton had gotten back to lane. They could have just utilized that stand behind me to jump out of there, try to get away if they did steal away the dragon. But Dunsey does not have the practiced smite fingers of a jungler, so ends up just going down, costs some of his teammates some summoners as well, and really not an early risk you want to be taking. As we mentioned what feels like forever ago before the break, that Agency really want to just stall out for at least the next 7 minutes. They want to get around the 15-minute mark, and while they won't have gained much of an advantage in the lane that they drafted to get an advantage with this Lucian Rom combo, they're going to be getting that level 6 on Lucian, or on Nocturne, excuse me, which is now available. Ahri will have much more burst potential, and you're going to have a lot more kill angles than if you just kind of force stuff this early in the game.
As we're continuing, we're going to see Strogerton going for a phase rush combo. If anything, that did push the lane up. And in my opinion, that would be an opportunity for them to potentially back or potentially go for some roaming, get some vision out. We're not really seeing any of that happen. So we'll have to, I'm assuming that they maybe had another plan in mind there, but now we've got Beep on the way. These roaming junglers always being a big problem here. And speaking of roaming, SpellBinders are going to go for a kill, and they will get it. Slappy Joe is going to be able to pick up Broken out of the paranoia. And they're looking to maybe get some more here as Terry Tinkle is going to walk into a trap. Dunsey there with the stand behind me. While that was happening, SpellBinders was also able to pick up all three of those Void Grubs. Special thanks to Violet.
That was extremely confident by Slappy Joe. Started as an attempt to proxy, decides he's going to check out the jungle, runs up and just starts fighting Nocturne. Didn't even really use their ultimate that well. Not waiting for them to get lower health, just using it right away to chunk out the Nocturne, make it so if Broken decided to stay and trade, it would be almost certain that they'd have to give their life. And then able to just run out of there with that movement speed granted by the decisive strike. Just able to run away, and Terry Tinkle not able to get back into range. So some more gold into Slappy Joe's pocket allows them to play this lane in this more passive manner where they're not risking giving too much gold over to the Gnar. Have a bit more of a supportive, not supportive, but a bit less of an offensive build with the Swifty boots. Have a couple long swords in the pocket. Just looking to stay even, continue trading in this fashion. But now Mini Gnar means that Terry Tinkle's got to run out. Doesn't have a lot of burst potential on the kit anymore.
And Slappy Joe almost had Judgment, and I was worried about this. You flash forward, you might be able to get it. But Slappy Joe is going to be only getting a flash for flash out of that engagement, as Terry Tinkle had their own, is able to back away. So not bad there from Terry Tinkle. As the agency now only or down about 1,500 gold. Special thanks to, all of the killing that went on down around the jungle. But it seems to be Slappy Joe that overextended, as it is a shutdown. Terry Tinkle gets a kill.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate that those shutdowns and bounties came through. And, now this Gnar already ahead in CS. Now goes back, has the Phage, has those plated steel caps. It's going to be even more difficult for Garen to find those kills. A little easier considering they are going to have that Demacian Justice and the Ignite coming up soon, but utilizing these back timers much better. This time, Agency are able to get down to this Dragon Pit in time for the spawn. They don't have the push in bot, but everyone is moving down here. Terry won't be able to join unless they run down, but neither will Slappy Joe with no teleports in the top lane right now. Wander trying to push up to get this wave cleared so it'll meet in the middle. Gonna be an all-out fight down here.
The agency maybe feeling like they can do this. As they've got themselves a little bit of river control, they're going to be able to get the Scuttle Crab with nobody really going for a response. Top lane is going to be Slappy Joe and Terry Tinkle, going for a little bit of proxy farming there from Terry's side. And with the Dragon now started here by the SpellBinders, we'll see if they are able to get it. Cloud Drake was taken by blue side earlier on in the match. We're getting a skirmish here, Jack.
Yeah, going in, Paranoia strike now.
A lot of damage coming through. Culling is going to come in. Dunsey very low. Who gets the dragon? It's still going to be the SpellBinders. Needlework comes through. And despite what looked to be a lot of damage coming in from Wander with the culling, it just absolutely was not enough. And the agency are going to fall. SpellBinders are going to be able to pick up 2 kills or 3 kills and a dragon. 2 kills, pardon me, and a dragon and a turret. So very nicely done.
Yeah, I mean, they have just such good zone control. Josu had the white guns up and available, so you're running into all of those crescendums just getting lit up. And Gwen, Gwen jungle, the only real downside is the lack of hard CC. But if you have to run into the pit where Gwen is, she's just going to snip you to death and run right through you. That mixed with all of the damage from Zoe able to put down, and it just ends up being a really clean engage. Sloppy Joe not on the winning end of this fight.
No, once again, Sloppy Joe, a little bit of an overextension there. Terry Tinkle will be able to pick up their second kill, now 2-0.
Maybe all of these connectivity issues have been a ruse and someone else has taken over, or Terry Tinkle is showing that, I mean, that would be cause for the agency making that next step, going from AML finalists to promoting to the AVL, and then being in a position now where they're only down a little under 2K in this AVL Grand Finals. Terry Tinkle, both of these games has played extremely well, and you know, jokes aside, like the growth that we're seeing over the course of just this game in terms of the risks being taken, overextensions, team fight positioning, now swapping lanes to go cover bot side, really impressed with Terry.
We're going to continue with this game moving forward. Agency now are still only behind by 2,000 gold, but they are taking a lot of siege damage now with the turret plates gone. The two deaths that SpellBinders have been on the Garen, which I think is best case scenario for the SpellBinders here. There are other 4 of your members who need to scale, who need to get themselves moving in terms of gold, or get their gold going before they can get moving. Gotta walk before they can crawl. Are now being able to find themselves in a really strong position, and they might be looking to go for a skirmish here topside.
Yeah, everyone moving over. Rift Herald up and available. Key items that have been completed. Yuntal's plus a BF sword for Aphelios is going to be a lot of damage put out. Zoe on the bottom side of the map can't join.
Paranoia is there, but Bo5's going to be able to take out Wander even before they're able to drop their culling, although they use both of their summoner spells. And this is the SpellBinders that we know striking at the heart of the agency. 4 of them go down.
Yeah, Gwen having that Gnasher's Tooth available. Also, the needlessly large rod. This is a champion that scales extremely well with ability power and just having those raw stats. Season of Leaves, I mentioned, couldn't join because teleport was used bottom side, but didn't even need them. They just stand under that top lane turret, and a Josu and Violet are able to put down so much damage that they immediately take down those 3 members. Didn't end up going right away for this turret, and now Terry Tinkle trying to survive up here.
A little bit of damage in onto Slappy Joe, but we'll be able to get out relatively fine. Terry Tinkle really wanted to go for that one, but Season of Leaves really wanted to go up to Terry Tinkle, just unfortunately unable to land that final paddle star. So Terry will be able to back, will be able to reset, but the reward for all of that aggression is going to be another tower going down in the mid lane.
Yeah, this is the way that SpellBinders likes to play out their games. You see Broken going down onto Sloppy Joe. The fear is attached though, but quite tanky. And once you get that W active, Garen doesn't really take much. Going forward here.
Oh boy, Slappy Joe landing a flash judgment in, but Soju's going to get hit by the charm by Strokerton, going to be at about 200 HP. Beep is now potentially in trouble. Going to be able to flash away for a little bit as now Violet is coming through. Has an Gnasher's Tooth, that 7 seconds on that Dark Seal. Is going to get hit by the Gnar ultimate. And is going to get it by the charm, but Beep is going to be able to land the knockup. And that'll be enough for a Soldier to be able to take out Terry Tinkle. What is next? The calling from Wander. Strokerton's going to be able to take the kill away. And that's going to be a big shutdown on to Violet. But that's going to be the Moonlight Vigil coming in from the Soju. Able to take out Dunzi. Strokerton and Wander are now left running for the hills.
Now they're going to try and punish. Agency punished the overextension from SpellBinders. Now Agency trying to flip it back.
Looks like they're going to be able to do it as there's a shutdown on to a Soju. Season of Leaves able to get the cleanse. Utilizing it to be able to get away. Very nicely done, as well as the flash. Will be able to survive. That could have gone a lot worse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if either of these teams have coaches, but if they do, I can only imagine that they were both screaming at their screens to both of these teams, just get out of the damn top lane, because Agency walk too far up, and SpellBinders take advantage of it, and then SpellBinders push too far, Agency comes up, Wander kills Violet, and then Wander runs too far over, and Seasonal Leaves tries to move. Meanwhile, Dragon's up and available, and we have another fight.
And it's going. Those Hexagates making everyone be able to move around. Violet is going to make sure that Gwen is immune. And it's not going to be sole point here for the SpellBinders. But a 5-man quickness from Beep. I like the idea. It just didn't work.
He's still got the smite. He didn't even get it off.
Aww.
He tried. Good try. You know, Beep is another player that won a series MVP from us during these playoffs. So I wouldn't be shocked to see that playmaking ability, but not able to get it off. So we'll have, I guess there's no real objectives next. Maybe gonna go for a nice buff steal, because you don't want to swap a summoner without using it when you have that unsealed spell book. But I mean, the rest of these team fights are going to be quite difficult for Agency to navigate. The only real saving grace, I would say, in this moment for the Agency is they've gotten to a point where a lot of these champions are unlocked. Ahri has 2 big damage items. The Nocturne obviously has level 11 now, so the extended range on the ultimate and the lower cooldown Gnar is really far ahead, going to do so much damage. And the Garen on the other side, once it was picked, we mentioned that it could provide some frontline, but Slappy Joe opting to go for a complete damage-oriented split-pushing build with that Phantom Dancer Stride Breaker. So if they do join in team fights, that Garen is going to be an easy target to take down because of the lack of sustain. Is now Terry Tinkle trying to find another kill.
We'll see if they're able to do it. You know, Garen is still relatively tanky, and Terry Tinkle is going to say, I'm going to Mega Gnar them away. Slappy Joe, though, is able to come in thanks to all of that great movement sweep and Phantom Dancer, the Boots of Swiftness, and the Stride Breaker. That's going to be Terry Tinkle down, and the SpellBinders are going to say, hey, let's go for the Otacon.
Yeah, it's going to be a 4v4 at most, because obviously Terry is dead, and Slappy Joe came out. I mean, before I could even get out, how many members could be there? They annihilated that thing. Gwen plus red-white guns on Aphelios absolutely shred through it. And as I was taking a moment to talk about the items for Agency, the team ahead, SpellBinders, you've got Seraph's Embrace fully completed, plus that Horizon Focus. You've got both of those essential crit items for the Aphelios, Rabadons for Gwen, as Broken's way out of position here.
And Broken's going to go down. The Agency's starting to collapse here at the 21-minute mark. We're going to find ourselves in a very dangerous situation here. The early game looked good for the Agency, but that was because Violet, Season, and Soju did not have their money and their kit ready to go. But now they've got it, and it's going to be struggling and going down first. As Soju still has the Moonlight Vigil available. They want to continue to keep this fight going, but they're going to take the 2 kills. That is a 3-man death out of this skirmish. Oh my god, what a beautiful play there by Season Leaves. They're not going to get the battle start at Terry Tinkle, but hey, that looked good.
Good damage coming down. I mean, it started as a great angle for the Agency. They had 2 members, Strokerton and Dunzi, flanked behind a Josu, but neither one of them commit on to the Aphelios. They opted to go for targets closer to their team. But the Gwen and the Garen just have so much damage, so many ways to make themselves tankier or invulnerable. You're not going to be able to burst down either of those targets just yet. And the whole time, Ajosu's just free-firing, ripping through them. This Aphelios is massive right now. So you're going to have to target that champ first in any future fights, as, you know, things based on the team comp drafted for SpellBinders, as the stopping that back there with a minute till Dragon. Obviously, we spoke about early game scaling for the Agency, but if you look to late game scaling, there really isn't any. Lucian is going to find it harder and harder to find angles to get kills. Nocturne is just going to get killed when they go in. Ahri, being the only real champ that does gain more damage as the game goes on, going to have much more to put out if they do find a charm. but Terry's not going to win this side lane anytime soon. So the scaling is about to get quite out of hand in favor of SpellBinders.
And I mean, if ever, right? Like, will Terry Tingle ever be able to put out enough damage to be able to take everyone out? As the Needle Work is going to come through, we'll see if they can do it in a 2v4. And indeed, they will be able to take out Violet, thanks to a nice paranoia from Broken. But Slappy Joe going to be able to back away. And what is the rest of the Spellbinders doing? Getting something else. Slappy Joe says, I want to make sure that everyone stays up here for the fight that we're going for. Judgment lands on to Wander, so they are now down. Season of Leaves now looking to see if they can find somebody with a Sleepy Trouble Bubble. And they are going to be able to get it on the Dundee. That is 2 members of the agency now dead to 2 members of the Spellbinders.
That just goes to show you how far ahead Spellbinders were after they got that kill on Violet topside. I did chime in because it looked like the other members of Spellbinders were going to abandon the mid lane push and come topside. That's why you saw Slappy Joe run forward, flash in. He was trying to stop those backs. Dunzy used the spellbook to TP out, and obviously Garen was able to obliterate Wander. But they decided, no, we actually aren't going to collapse. We'll let Garen die and get the kill. We'll turn back towards Dragon. They find Ahri and Dunzy in the river and just pick those up, even while getting hit by most of the CC abilities. So this is just going to get more and more difficult as we see Agency coming out onto the map trying to contest this Dragon, but Terry Tinkle might be out of position here.
Charm going to land. Terry Tinkle is going to be the target of that quickness, and they're going to go down. And Broken, I don't think, had the paranoia quite up. No, they did not. It's just going to sacrifice their life to the agency cause. Going to give agency another 5v3 power play. Violet and Slappy Joe going to come through. Strokerson's going to get smited. But he's going to be able to flash away. Doesn't have the Spirit Rush yet. 3 members of the Spellbinders now going for that inhibitor turret.
I mean, earlier when you were wondering whether or not Nocturne had ult and you mentioned the player name, you said Broken. I thought you were just talking about a Josu's game state right now. Because this Aphelios is, I mean, any champion that shows up on the screen, I don't care what kind of, rhyme you use about, red, white, time to fight or whatever. If this Aphelios is on your screen, I don't care what guns they have available. They are going to obliterate you. Not even at 100% crit chance yet. But I feel like people don't often recognize, just because of how this champion is a bit older now and the kit is still somewhat complex, but the level ups on Aphelios are just stats. So at this point at 15, you have the full attack speed, you have the full attack damage, and now you're just getting some extra lethality. So has 75% crit chance, has way more attack speed than a champion with that build should have, has way more armor pen than a champ with that build should have, because they have a ton of free lethality, and they're only going to get more. And in that last fight, having access to the Gravitum to slow down Terry to make sure that the Gnar can't get away, and then as soon as Broken goes in, just gets stunned, or snared right away by the active. So they have to get a Josu dead in any of these fights if they want to have even a slight chance of winning a team fight, which, next up is going to be most likely around Baron, but I don't see in this current state, if you look at all the wards that are in their top jungle, if they even have a chance to contest this.
As Baron is now going to be crumbling under the power of this when Aphelios build. Teleport is not going to be coming in as the Spellbinders are going to the leech to make sure that they can get all of the kills they need. There's 3. Season of Leaves finding another great Sleepy Trouble Bubble. And the agency are going to collapse under the power of the Spellbinders once again. 22-7, an 11,000 gold lead, and an ace for the Spellbinders at 27 minutes.
I mean, Terry's trying to get out of there, but he's got Slappy Joe and Beep running them down. Teleport into the mid lane. for Season of Leaves. Might be going for the end right here. Minions hitting the bottom inhibitor turret. What an incredible response, regardless, in Game 2 after a dominant agency victory Game 1. Josu gets more comfort, absolutely runs the game. They didn't flinch. Even top lane, Slappy Joe dying a couple of times, just kept coming, knew that they were going to flip that matchup soon enough. Violet gets their most played champ and a dominant win for SpellBinders.
Yeah, very impressive showing there by the SpellBinders indeed. I mean, Season of Leaves 3-0-6. Broken, surprisingly, 0-8. A very rough stat line there for the agency jungler, and a completely different game than we saw in Game 1. We're going to take a quick break, check in on things. We'll come back at the start of Game 3 for a little bit more analysis and the draft season. Welcome back, everybody. We are here for the start of Game 3 between the SpellBinders and the Agency. Just to confirm, Agency are going to be staying on red side here. They're going to be staying on red side. And, you know, I think the expectation is, as we were just told, that it's going to be for Terry Tinkle to be able to get themselves essentially an R5 pick. Let's see if that ends up being the case as we get our first ban. Same old, same old.
Yeah, you know, what's to say? The more things change, the more they stay the same. This is what we've had every game. Agency feel like a red side team. Just want to grab these counter picks, put something spicy together. If they win, they win. You know, they're giving it their best out there. And that last game, it didn't start. I know it was an awkward game because of the long pause, but it didn't start as drastic as it ended. You know, they were a bit back and forth. They knew they had to wait for some scaling to come through, and you always do a great job of mentioning bridges and how do we get to the point where, you know, the Nocturne can be useful and the Ari can be useful. And sometimes the answer isn't playing through a certain lane. It's just waiting, just being patient, maybe giving up an objective or two, maybe not taking a skirmish. But it didn't seem like the Agency were willing to do that, and they ended up getting bit for it. And now, with the bans staying relatively similar, assuming that we can see the Varus, the Poppy, and whatever the hell was the last SpellBinders one, I think that we're going to be probably seeing another early jungle pickup. If it's not the Wukong being banned, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Pantheon first pick here for Violet.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Poppy's going to get taken away, of course. So if we continue to see the same bans, probably going to be seeing, you know, the Varus getting taken, or we're going to see the Varus getting taken away. We could potentially be seeing maybe something different here for the SpellBinders at the B3, because, you know, maybe I'm thinking maybe release something and get something that's a little bit more targeted out of the way. I'm not entirely sure, you know, what the strategy would be there, but it is definitely a possibility. With that being said, however, still gotta wait for it. We gotta wait for it. It's the Xinjiao. There is some adaptation, Jack. Let's go.
I like to see that too, because now you kind of force Agency. If you want to stay the same and ban Varus, we get Pantheon, best available AD bruiser jungler. And, you know, Violet played okay on the Vi, found good angles. The Gwen looked as comfortable as a player with 195 jungle Gwen games would look. But, you know, the Pantheon, that's global, right at level 6. Pantheon has a really early time hyper farming and getting to that point. They're going to go with the Varus. So if they don't pick the Pantheon, there's still Wukong up and available. They could grab Mel for Season of Leaves, as it is not banned early. They could try and just go for a Josu pick, try and maybe get an Ezreal early on, pick something to play around that. There have been a lot of engaged supports pinched, but it is eventually going to be the Pantheon. They want to grab the most consistent bruiser jungler.
And I don't disagree with that. You know, we at the beginning of the year, when you and I first started casting, I felt like Pantheon maybe, you know, wasn't necessarily as effective as it could have been, but in the right hands, the ability to be around the map as quickly as you can be is such a game changer. So I'm not upset with this Pantheon first pick here from Spellbinders. The Agency, though, gonna get something I think just as powerful, as they're gonna be able to pick up the Poppy. No, or not the Poppy, pardon me, the Tristana. I'm so sorry. The Tristana, a very versatile pick, but now seeing the Nautilus, that's also a very strong bottom lane duo.
Yep, and plays well against the Pantheon, because once Pantheon goes in, you know, typically they're staying in, but now Nautilus kind of confirms that. You get pulled around, you get locked down, and I like the Kai'Sa response. It plays into the dive that they are building with the Pantheon, and I think the big shift that we saw earlier this year is people were picking Pantheon as like an engaged champ. Where it's like, oh, Pantheon, you can get engaged from anywhere. You got the Grand Starfall, and then Pantheon goes in first, gets killed in a millisecond, and then it's like, okay, well, now it's a 4v5. But people have started to realize as the years progressed that Pantheon is a great follow-up. Goes in, stuns the person who didn't get engaged on first, does a ton of damage, puts down that big shield, and just eats all the damage. And pairing it alongside the Alistar will be good, as Sylas is the response. Have 3 great ultimates to utilize right now, some better than others, but I love this adaptation because I think Sylas plays really well into all of Season of Leaves' most valuable picks. Playing a lot of control mages, long-range stuff, and Sylas can really make those picks uncomfortable.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I really do like that Sylas was able to pick up here, and I think that's a good response from the agency. You know, maybe you take the risk of having the Alistar go down into the bottom part of the draft, potentially does get banned, but now that they pick the Alistar, like you said, Sylas now has 3 incredible ultimates to be able to capitalize on. So I don't like, I'm very impressed with, like, honestly, like, you're super impressed with that option there. So we'll have to see how the remainder of this goes out, as the agency are going to ban away 2 champions against Season of Leaves with the Hwei and the Syndra. SpellBinders is going to be targeting Terry Tinkle once again with the Kale and Vladimir, and opting to leave some of the junglers open as the Wukong is available. But yeah, I mean, that's very interesting to see. The Mel was still up and ready, gets taken immediately for the Spellbinders. Still works very well in the composition, and the Olaf is there. In my mind, a double-edged sword. You get yourself the extra, you know, you get yourself the unstoppable, the resilience to be able to move around, but then that's another great ultimate there for the Sylas, and Camille is going to be the R5.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent top lane matchup. Camille is great into any champion that doesn't want the enemy laner to get to decide when the fight starts, because Camille lands that hook shot, jumps right in, or can just use it to get out anytime. So going to be a matchup that we've seen Terry play a couple times, grabbing this Camille. I like them not banning junglers, because once you have Pantheon, getting a good jungle matchup is one of the less important things right now. So giving over the Wukong, rather just get some of these Terry picks. And the Mel into Sylas, it is another one of those matchups that's not great, because Sylas just jumps on Mel's head and there's nothing that they can really do about it. But there is an additional kind of like unfortunate interaction where if Mel reflects the abduct part of Sylas's E, it'll make the Mel shoot towards the Sylas. So it kind of like reverse effect, where reflecting it makes you get into the worst position. So I'm sure Seasonal Lees, who's a very practiced Mel player, will be able to navigate around that.
And we will definitely see that happen here momentarily. Let's jump into the Dragon Draft. It was a Hextech Soul, which was one of my picks, Jack. It means you go first.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and grab Ocean, shouting out AML.
Perfect. I'm going to give you the opportunity to go for the Lucky Charms here. I'm going to go with Infernal and Mountain.
Yeah, a little under the hood. I am now no longer able to catch back up, so I'm going to grab my Lucky Charms and see if we can at least make this a close one.
Let's see, Hextech and Chemtech, very good. Which will leave me with Cloud, and I have been confirmed that we are ready to go. Let's jump into game 3, folks. And there it is. I'm going to hand it over to you, Jack, because I don't know if I'm seeing any real interesting summoner spells here. No, I don't think I'm seeing anything interesting.
Oh, both supports opting for the Aftershock. I don't really think they need any extra tank, but there is a lot of damage on both of these teams, and they are the only tanks available, like true frontline tanks. So I do understand both getting those Aftershocks, but that does unfortunately mean no more unsealed spellbooks, no more supports flashing into the Dragon Pit and killing themselves, trying to land the Smite Steal, which is always fun to see. Also, important to mention, neither AD carry has cleansed this game. That has been something we've seen throughout the series, but now both of them just going the stock standard barrier. So going to be a lot more of a straightforward laning phase. And yeah, I think right away, what I'm noticing is a lot less. I think it's hard to continue going through the analysis of this series without mentioning what those long pauses may be doing to the players. I'm not sure, obviously, what the time zones are like for each of these guys. There's 10 players, but here on the East Coast, 9:30, and being only on game 3, that fatigue could start setting in. So seeing a typical five stance in these early games, whereas in the last 2 games we've seen more creative stuff, might be indicative of that. I don't know.
Maybe. It's definitely possible. But we will find out here momentarily if that is a factor, because I talk about it all the time. Fatigue is a real thing in these games, so it's always going to be possible here, and we're going to get ourselves then into the laning phase. There have been games where Terry Tingle has died before this point, but in this one, and I think overall in this series, Terry Tingle has locked in. Maybe fell apart a little bit there in game 2, but regardless, we're going to be seeing ourselves continue on. Looks like we're getting some perpendicular jungling. So we're going to not be seeing each other. But we are going to be seeing Slappy Joe maybe looking to go for some movement into the red side. Nope, just dropping some wards.
Unzi already roaming mid lane, going to be here, but the abduct doesn't land. That could have been such a good angle to at least blow the flash. And I mean, that could have been huge. I like seeing this engage though now. Zoning Wander off of any CS, and Terry Tingle not finding any level up.
Damage there, but Slappy Joe wants to go for it. Oh my god! I mean, that is the power of Olaf and their kit dropping that W at just the right time. Gonna be able to get themselves first blood.
Yeah, it just shows how well Slappy Joe understands the limits of this champion. Had so much less health than Camille, but if you understand the matchup, you know that once Camille goes in, once they utilize the precision protocol, they really don't have much damage left to offer other than auto attacks, and standing still and auto attacking an Olaf on low HP with that attack speed steroid is just essentially giving over your life. Slappy Joe knew this, flashed forward to confirm the kill. Very well done up there. And just across the map, seeing a real shift in the level of play from SpellBinders, really cleaning things up in these last 2 games.
Definitely so. As a Violet, though, trying to be able to come in, get a stun on a Terry Tingle, going to be down to about half HP. Strogerton also moving in with the Abductive Scott. I don't know if that's necessarily ideal, as you have no mana. Can Season of Leaves find enough damage to be able to make it happen? Is they're going to force the flash out of Strogerton? That was unnecessary. Maybe trying to find a play here on the Season of Leaves, but it's going to cost Broken their lives.
That's not worth. As now Violet sprinting in here, Strogerton is going to be able to get away with that abscond, but I mean, going 1-for-1 into the enemy mid laner as a jungler, usually you say, like, a jungler trading their flash for a laner's flash is great. Trading your life to get a kill and give out over 300 to the enemy mid laner, if I'm Strogerton, I'm a bit frustrated in this moment as we see the backs coming through. Pantheon, in actually a really, really good spot right here, was able to go back, or able to get the top Scuttle Crab because of Broken going for that mid lane play. Now getting both their Raptors and Krugs when Broken could have stolen those Raptors away, instead went for the game. Great buffer by Wander. But now Pantheon's going to be able to back. Eventually, they should back now because they're sitting on a ton of gold, have not gone back to base yet. Pantheon is going to come out onto the map, and if they try to go for this dragon, the agency that is, they're going to be in a really tough spot if Pantheon is nearby, because having that drill early, that's a ton of health, that's a ton of damage, and this Pantheon's going to really pack a punch, also up in XP.
Definitely so. And the agency now looking to potentially find themselves their footing. We'll see if they are indeed able to do that, because they cannot let a team and a composition like this get massively ahead. You need to be the ones getting ahead onto or on the back of Broken. Broken needs to find amazing Cyclones, then they're able to facilitate a lot of those different kills that you wouldn't be able to get thanks to that knockup that you are provided there with then also Dunzi on the Nautilus. And so you definitely got to be cause for concern. And I'm going to be really looking at Broken here, with them getting their Cyclone shortly, to make a big move.
Yeah, especially considering that the fact Broken is really their only disengage. Obviously, Nautilus can knock people up and lock them down, but in terms of actually getting people away, getting them distracted, knocking them up consistently, Wukong is going to be your best option there. And being able to do that and also put out damage. Considering, if you look at SpellBinders' composition, all they want to do is run forward. Mel providing artillery over the top, while Olaf, Pantheon, Kai'Sa fly forward. So not having any disengage means, like you said, you've either got to get ahead so you can match that damage output and commit to those fights and actually win them, or you need to try and find picks early to prevent those 5v5 skirmishes, find other ways to get advantages, whether it's burning summoner spells to have that advantage, or if it's trying to get early kills, as you see Mel reflect that abduct and fly forward towards Strokerton. But no mana for Strokerton. He continues to go for these aggressive trades, but not have the resources necessary to actually commit to them.
A problem and a conundrum. Indeed, as the SpellBinders are now looking to go for a relatively late dragon, I would say, for SpellBinders' performance so far. They're going to be able to get the first Infernal Drake of the game. And they are also going to be able to get out thanks to Violet popping that ultimate. I mean, very nicely done indeed. It's a little bit of a heist there, Jack.
Absolutely. That also is most likely the shortest Grand Starfall ever used in a game, just barely getting themselves up over that wall. But you'd much rather use Grand Starfall than Flash in that moment. Josu is wishing that they had an ultimate they could use to just get over that wall. Just a bit of a fun visual as we see. Again, Season of Leaves getting engaged on here mid lane.
Double root landing though, but can Season of Leaves get out? No, they cannot. Strokerton will pop the hijacked ultimate of Season of Leaves and will be able to get themselves their first kill. Now 1-0 and 1.
Going to be able to translate that kill into a grub take. Hopefully, spam pings coming down on the side of SpellBinders. Beep sprinting up there as fast as they can. Slappy Joe trying to play the stealth game. Doesn't want Terry to know that they're still up here. But they are, and now as we see Violet come onto the map, unfortunately does not have that Grand Starfall as we just saw using it. But they are swapping the lanes. Mel's going bot side, Kai'Sa is now mid, and with one grub still up and available, we could see a collapse here, but Wukong's obviously going to be able to just go over the wall as Ghost. Just trying to show off. Just wanted to show, hey, I got a summoner spell that you don't have, and I'm going to use it right in front of you to show it off.
And show off indeed. Agency though. Now going to get invaded upon by Violet and Beep. Terry Tingle does have the Exec ultimatum, so this is going to be a 2v2 skirmish. Can they get it? Oh my god, what a beautiful knockback there from Beep. Terry Tingle taking him right out of the fight. And the third kill for SpellBinders in this game.
Was getting nervous there because it looked like a good dive angle onto Terry Tinkle, but the SpellBinders team is so good at detecting the best play possible, the highest winning percentage possible play, and they see Broken got the grubs. If they didn't back, that means that they're probably lower on HP because they just tanked all the grubs. They find them taking their Krugs top, and as you pointed out, Beep hitting an incredible headbutt to take Terry Tinkle out of that 2v2, and then also went under the radar, landed the Ignite on Broken before they were able to use the clone, so they were able to see the real Wukong as soon as he used that Trickster. So made it so Violet could easily follow up. So all around, incredible play by Beep, and whenever you see a support that makes it so clear how important they are in the plays they're making, you know they're really good. And Beep being a support that's already won a player of the series during these playoffs, it shows just how talented this guy is.
Yeah, I mean, I really lauded in their semifinals match being able to, roam around the map, ensure that they had all of the vision around those neutral objectives, because it's so important. It's so important for being able to win those team fights, to be able to know where everybody is at. And so, very impressive to see Beep being able to utilize that there on the Alistar, pardon me. But Terry Tinkle still wants a piece of Slappy Joe, but it was too much to handle. Slappy Joe gonna be able to get their second kill.
That was very well done. And this, not as well done. But they are going to live for a second until Broken bops them. Yeah. Unfortunate, staying a little too long, but I mean, that's kind of what this top lane is just the rest of the 4v4 are playing a competitive League of Legends finals, and then Slappy Joe and Terry Tinkle are locked in the octagon for an MMA fight, just constantly going at it. And it's been pretty even. It's been a lot of backs and forths. I think the rounds have gone both ways. I'm not going to get more into the UFC metaphors because I think I'm going to lose people, but gonna gauge your bot side.
No. And I wonder, gonna be potentially in trouble thanks to Beep and Soju coming in. Killer Instinct and Soju gonna be at 100 HP. Wander not gonna pop the barrier after they're able to take out a Soju. Beep still has the unbreakable will. It goes down, and Dunsey and Wander might be able to get out.
I feel like a Josu could have gotten out there, but they thought maybe once they were under turret, they could turn, land some autos, but Wander flashes forward and is able to get into attack range, has that lethal tempo fully procced. Not like they really needed the extra damage, but able to grab that kill. And, you know, over the past couple of minutes, we've been seeing a couple good plays by SpellBinders, but if you look at the kills, if you look at the gold, things are pretty even. And having a kill on the Sylas, who now has that Roa, having a kill on the Tristana, the Yuntal is completed, getting towards that stacking. This is going to be a difficult game to play out, because when you look at these engaged champions like the Kai'Sa, the Pantheon, the Olaf, champions that build a bit more damage oriented early in the games, if this Tristana is able to get going, get a couple of items, and lands a full explosive charge on your head, that is going to be a very hard team fight to fully play out if you're SpellBinders. So Agency are really going to have to play intelligently around peeling for Wander. And I think it's important to mention something we haven't talked about over the course of the series. The Slappy Joe stuck under turret. Terra Tinkle doesn't really know if they can commit to this. Even the low health bar and Slappy Joe still afraid, showing the growth of the player. But this Agency team promoted, but they are missing a player in Alistair. Their former AD carry, now playing for Cupid eSports, is a sub on this roster. But they opted to swap them out, go with Wander. Just this Tuesday in the AML, we saw a series that was carried by Alistair. So I'm interested to see if Wander is able to make the difference here.
Oh my god. That turret shot was on the razor's edge of how much damage it was going to do. But regardless, it ends up going the way of Slappy Joe, as they were able to take away the Terry Tinkle special. Violet, though, in trouble, gonna go down. However, Steven Leaves is gonna be able to take out Dunsey, making it a 1-for-1. Dragon still down as Strokerton, or still up as Strokerton's gonna be able to take out Season of Soju, and Beef is gonna fall as well. This is a skirmish win for the Agency.
I mean, they're just running forward. Wander has no reason to stop going here. Lethal tempo is procced.
Uh-oh.
Turret.
Oh, so close.
Red buff ends up getting them. They weren't in turret range. As soon as I bring up the importance of this player swap, Wander carrying that fight. Now 3-0-2, same kill score as Strokerton on this Sylas, playing it so well. And this Sylas build particularly, being able to find the great engages and putting down as much damage as they are while going for the more sustain-oriented build with that Roa. Once that fully stacks up and Sylas is an extra level up, hits that level 16 on the hijack, and is able to get those super strong ultimates from enemy players, it is going to be very difficult to deal with, especially when you can't kill this Sylas just continuously healing and CCing you down. So is starting to get a bit dangerous for the side of SpellBinders. I think they're going to really have to commit to playing these side lanes well and getting more advantages for Slappy Joe and the Mel to try and push out these lanes.
And now the Agency, a little bit in the driver's seat here. In a game 3 they have an opportunity here to get themselves into a match point situation if they can take this win. As the Rift Herald is going to get taken there by the SpellBinders, and now the skirmish is going to begin. A lot of damage on the Violet. They're going to be able to land stun on the Wander. Wander going to be at half HP, but they're going to be able to take down the Pantheon. Ragnarok going to get popped here by Slappy Joe, but Brogan's going to be able to take him out, but they're able to take out Wander. Season of Leeds is going to be able to take out Dunsey, but that might be the only kill here for the SpellBinders as the Agency get 4.
It's just so disjointed, going in one by one by one and not able to actually lock down any single target. Makes it so difficult. And Josu never able to actually find an angle, is now getting caught in between their own turrets.
Might be a pseudo ace, and indeed it is. The Agency are gonna get themselves that pseudo ace. A lot of gold going back into their pockets. Violet trying to defend that inner turret or outer turret, but they're gonna just give their life over to a 5-0-5 Silas. Stalkerton is unstoppable.
They're starting to fall apart at the seams. Are SpellBinders. This is a side of them that we have yet to see over the course of the series. Going into today, they'd only lost 2 games total. One of those coming in a series where they played with an E-sub. Sloppy Joe committing here, but Camille just flashes over the wall, and now you're Olaf without flash against a Camille who has hookshot. Gonna try and continue here, but Beep only has the Hex Flash, not gonna be able to join in a timely manner. Dunsey might be able to just hook away, but they are committing here.
They are trying to get on to Dunsey, and Dunsey is one slow boy. And they will be able to take out Dunsey. That is at least something for their efforts. But there isn't really much of a response because they don't have the opportunity to do it.
Yeah, when you see some of these kills come through, it matters a lot less in a competitive setting because, sure, you get 1 kill on Dunsey. It's a non-shutdown, so you're getting a little over 300 gold with the new scaling. But what are you getting as a permanent advantage thanks to that numbers advantage in the moment? You know, you didn't get any enemy camps, you didn't get any turrets. You, in fact, lost a bottom-tier turret going into Strokerton's pocket fully 2 minutes away from fully stacking up that Roa, and that would put him 2 levels ahead of Season of Leaves on their second most played champ, Mel. Just it's only going to get harder from here because, like we mentioned, you know, this is a team comp that has good scaling, tons of damage. The Tristana is going to scale up until they hit 18. Riftmaker now completed for Silo is going to be even more difficult to fully kill down this guy. So much healing is going to be coming through, and they really need to find a cohesive team fight where they're going on the same target. They're all there at the same time. Clear communications and timing, because every fight we've seen so far has been very disjointed.
It's going to be imperative that the SpellBinders get a play, and it looks like they're looking to make that play now. A teleport's going to be coming in from Season of Leaves, and they're going to be able to find the route in onto Dunsey. They are now dead, and with 27 seconds remaining, that means they will not be in this fight for the Dragon.
Yeah, and now they can push out the mid lane. They're actually going to catch out Wander here.
Wow, Wander's going to get shut down. Season of Leaves going to get a big chunk of money, and it's going to be added by Terry Tinkle going down as well. That is the play that I wanted to see.
That is massive. They now have full control of the map for the next 25 seconds. Looks like their decision is going to be Otacon. I actually think that this is the correct choice. Yes, the dragon stacking is nice, but there's been a growing theme in League now that we've analyzed this new objective heavy meta that fighting over a second dragon is really not worth it. If you consider the fact that you could potentially get the next one, get your own second dragon, it means that there's more total, meaning that you get more stats for the dragons, so they could still have up to 3 ocean drakes, whereas if they give over the one, that's like it's a very small amount of healing and mana regen on hit or when in combat, so it's worth it to give over for the experience that they really desperately need to catch up, the extra damage on kill and slow, and once you get the Otacon, every dragon you get from here on out is going to give you more of a buff because of that extra 25% towards neutral objective buffs. So I like that decision to go for Otacon. And if we look at the item scaling, Kai'Sa, one item away from getting their spike, but Seasonal Leaf didn't hit the blast cone right.
Oh no, they're gonna be forced to flash, but they were still seen. Beep is there on the defense, and Season of Leaves are gonna be able to get out. Broken has to tell or flash to be able to get it. But can Soju get their first kill of the game? And indeed, they do. That is a shutdown, and I'm not sure if that's necessarily worth it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and guarantee it wasn't. That was a bit crazy. No shutdown on Mel, whereas Broken had I believe it was a 400 shutdown on their head, going right into a Josu's pockets. As I mentioned, Josu's about one item away from getting back into this game, as Olaf just barely not able to reach Strokerton in the end there. But Ghost Pop, Ragnarok now done, so is Ghost. And you see how much Silas is healing back up.
Can Slappy Joe do it? No, they can't. That is just one Q from Terry Tingle to be able to get themselves a third kill, as Violet's going to be able to land the headbutt charge on the turret, but is now going to get hit by the dredge line. Gotta be careful. Going to drop the E to be able to get some shielding. We are getting some pings going into the river here by the agency. They might be looking to potentially go for it. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it, though. It does look like everyone's going to be able to get out just fine.
Yep, they do still see Violet, but now that recall has come through, nothing to be gained there. Dunzi still looking, clearing out some vision. Beep doing a good job there, escorting the jungler out after collecting that mid lane turret. Josu now has those two component items towards Nashor's Tooth. Once Kai'Sa gets these 3 items, gets all of those second skin upgrades, it really does unlock the full scaling of Kai'Sa. That is really the break point. Every item after that, it really just depends on the game state. You can go Zhonya's, you can go Shadow Flame if you want to poke more with Q, you can go fully into tank and just get like a Jack Show, or you can get a Guardian Angel. It really doesn't matter after that point. But now, as you can see, they're funneling all of the resources they can into a Josu. I mentioned at the top of this game, they were most likely my season MVP. They had the highest KDA, the highest CS per minute. They had the least deaths per game in the league, really exemplifying what the AD carry is supposed to do in the game. And in this specific series and this one game, they are going to be extremely crucial as that follow-up damage to the Olaf and the Pantheon that really is going to be able to put out a ton, but needs to play the positioning so carefully.
And careful indeed. Spellbinders need to be, I mean, they can very easily bring this one back. They're only behind by about 2,000 gold at this point, so it's very possible, as Broken and Terry Tinkle are going to look to see if they can take out Slappy Joe. If you want to get back into this game, that is not how you do it.
Yeah, it's a bit of a Slappy Joe special. He's just sitting in that top bush for reasons. And now Wander just goes mid, picks up the wave, and that's a complete nothing in return for that kill on the top side. They are not going to miss him for Dragon, but he won't be on the map for Baron. And right now, Agency are tentatively positioning as if they want to rush this Baron on spawn. They don't have a ton of DPS. Tristana really is the only threat, but it doesn't really matter. You see how quickly they're taking this down, and Spellbinders are not in a position to contest.
I don't think so. The agency are going to be in a Baron power play for the next 3 minutes, and they might even be able to get more if they can find themselves in a team fight. The engagement is there, and the Spellbinders get caught out with their pants down. They're going to be able, or this agency is going to be able to get down too. Terry taking a lot of killing spree. Dunzi going to land a huge dredge line against the Soju and will survive. This power play starts a whole lot sooner than it could have began.
I mean, that might be the game. Only member alive is Slappy Joe. He is in the mid lane. Just gonna get Ghost back available, has all of their summoner spells and ultimate up and available, but this 4-man push, 5-man push so strong. Dunzi is low, but I mean, just dead in an instant. That's gonna be another game and match point for the agency.
And to think that the series that they had in the AML where Violet was part of it, Slappy Joe was part of it, up against this agency squad that struggled in the regular season, they might be your grand finals champion. What an incredible turnaround. I am so impressed with what I've been seeing here from this squad.
Yeah, and I mean, to piggyback off that, we talked so much last split in the AML before this AVL started about, wanting these players to promote, to go into higher cap leagues. And now they've come into the AVL, like you mentioned, Violet, Slappy Joe coming up here. You've got Seasonal Leaves, gets 14 years old, hitting Challenger, and on this team, a Josu Beep are so good in the bottom lane. And the agency, nearly the entire team intact. Wander, the only player to come in, but they were a sub on the AML squad. And that first game, we thought maybe that the comfort picks had a lot to do with it, but this is clearly just a squad that has fully leveled up over the past couple of months. And I mean, I can't overstate this enough. They were 3-7 in their match record. Like, this was not a team that was doing extremely well. So going into this next game, we'll see how they do. And already getting information that SpellBinders are looking to get over to the red side.
And we'll definitely have to see if they're going to be able to do it. It's been a little bit of an Achilles heel for a lot of teams, but the SpellBinders might be the ones to break that curse. We'll be back in just a minute, folks, for Game 4. Welcome back, everybody. We are now here for the start of game number 4 between the agency and the SpellBinders. The SpellBinders, the top seeded team here in the regular season, now down. They are going to be on the back foot for the rest of this series, Jack. And if the agency are able to win this one, it would be such a huge leap from what they were able to do in the AML to now. Very impressive stuff indeed. And I mean, I gotta give props to Terry Tinkle. Oh, like, he was a meme. He was a meme to me in the AML, but here, like, he's just shown so much growth, and we'll see if the agency are going to continue to give him that priority pick, that last pickup here, knowing that they are now going to be on blue side. As we do get into the bans, going to be the SpellBinders on their next ban, agency banning out the Volibear.
And the Yasuo coming in, so the sides may have changed, but the bans remain the same for now. I think one of the parts of that evolution of Terry, too, is it's not even like, well, how are they going to find him blind or a counter pick on blue side now? Like, he's played the Gnar. He's shown that he can play some of the safer stuff and actually play it safe. Even though in the end, the Gnar started getting punished a lot, the early game was played very, very carefully by Terry, and he was rewarded by finding advantages and getting ahead early. And if you are, only tuning in, maybe this is the first agency game you've seen, you might think that me and Moose are blowing it out of proportion, just how many times this guy would die. But I promise you, there are video evidence of this guy being one of the most entertaining players to watch. But part of his evolution is putting them on match point to win the AVL, and what a great story it would be, the inaugural AVL season, to have the runner-up of the AML promote nearly their entire roster and win at the next level up against 2 players they weren't able to beat and a bunch of challenger and grandmaster players.
And we'll get to see it here in the remainder of the series. Game 4, so many games are decided by this, because it means that the team who is on match points, they are going to be the ones that have just so much, I guess, like so much, not advantage, but like just ability throughout the remainder of this game to find whatever opportunity they want to go for. I'm very, very excited to see what they're going to be able to bring to the table here as the Karma gets locked in. B1 for the agency. I love that this is a champion that has not been hovered, not been looked at. It is now going to be the first pickup here up against the Sivir. I mean, one of the Soju's, I think, most impressive champions that we had seen in his previous series.
Yeah, but it's also a champion that takes a little bit of time to get online. I love grabbing the Lulu early. I love right away just being like, all right, if we're going to go for the Sivir, let's commit to some scaling, because the Sivir, you can't really accelerate it. Even with the new build where you forgo Essence Reaver, you forgo Navori, and you just go for the Yuntal's IE to try and get the damage earlier, we're not going to be able to get the Sivir online much quicker. But I am loving this agency draft. I think Maokai is a incredibly strong champion, no matter where you put him. Karma, I am interested to see it first picked, but if they can flex it, I think it makes total sense. And even if they pick Ezreal here, which is not the greatest lane in Deceiver because you can just spell shield most of it, but not a bad lane, and also plays so well with Karma. I mean, I really love what they're putting together. If they're going to grab the Jinx and match the Sivir's scaling with a bit of an added early game pressure, I think SpellBinders has to really commit to something here, either top or mid, that can scale alongside the Sivir and create a situation where Agency are forced to accelerate the game, otherwise get outscaled. Otherwise, I think the Agency have a great core right now.
I mean, I love this. I love this. You have a Broken who has been consistent. He's had bad games. I should not say consistent because he had an abysmal Nocturne game in game 2. But, he has shown to be the one that, if something is going to really blow the Agency out of the water, it's going to be because Broken is doing what needs to be done. And Maokai has that ability to do what needs to be done. You land a Great Nature's Grasp, you're able to find the right twisted advance. Lulu and Hui are just going to be dead to rights. Even if you do have that wild growth, Sivir might have a chance with that spell shield. And that is, I think, very impressive. And even for the Agency, I'm actually, I don't want to say surprised, but it's interesting to see that the SpellBinders have opted to ban 2 junglers, knowing that it's going to be the Karma in the bottom or in the support role. The expectation then is that they think that this Maokai is going to be going into the top lane. I'm a little bit perplexed by that pick as a Sejuani gets picked R4.
Yeah, they seem to be absolutely convinced that this Maokai is going anywhere but jungle. And I mean, if you had an inkling that Maokai could be flexed, I think banning Xin Zhao would be smart, but doubling down on the Jarvan as well. I know this champion has risen in prio, but I don't think it's that necessary. And then you lock in Sejuani, which is like, you don't really have any synergy with it right now. You're forced to pick a melee top, and you know what does well into pretty much every melee top in the game? Renekton. So they slam that now. They can really pick whatever mid they want. I think Karma really should go bot to really extenuate the Jinx early. They go with the Syndra, plays so well into Hui. I mean, I've strayed away early in casting. I would try and put my analyst hat on and say, oh, this team won the draft. And then I realized, winning draft, all drafts are playable most of the time. So you can get slight advantage. This Agency draft is disgusting. They have a way to make Jinx relevant early in the game. They have a winning top side, almost guaranteed. They've got a jungler that pairs so well with any team comp, and a very highly coveted mid lane that's been banned every game. I do like the Mundo because it has an auto attack reset, so that helps the Sejuani synergy a bit, makes it harder to just chain die to Renekton, but this Agency draft is tough.
Damn tough indeed. And we'll have to see if they're going to be able to do it. We'll go into the Dragon draft here really quickly. No, we will. Yeah, I've now beaten it out. But if you want to still do the Dragon draft, Jack, let's do it. I'll have you go first.
I'm going to grab Mountain Dragon.
Mountain Dragon. Alrighty, I'm going to take Cloud and Ocean.
I'm trying to figure out what I can spell. Cloud and Ocean. I'm going to grab Ocean and Hextech.
I already grabbed Ocean.
Oh, then I'm going to grab Infertile and Hextech.
Very good. Alrighty, folks. I'm going to take Chemtech. Jack, I mean, it's been an incredible season. Let's get started with Game 4.
Absolutely. Hell yeah. And, this Dragon draft, me and Moose, I love that we do this and getting into this game, this Dragon draft, more personal stakes, but we've also expanded it. We're going to help some charities and stuff. And that's just another way, this Aegis, I talked a little bit at the start of the draft, but the storylines that have been coming through these Aegis leagues and, players wanting to promote throughout to get from AML to AVL, maybe up to ACL, uncapped. The coverage we've been able to do of the open qualifiers. I mean, we have a bunch of NACL players in here now. Most likely just trying to unwind at the end of the day with MSI winding down, but maybe potentially only 35 is in there. Maybe mention him beep. He's thinking maybe I'm gonna have to play against this guy at some point. So it just really showing how far this org has come, and Sloppy Joe already finding themselves in a tough spot.
Spell Shield is down. Terry Tinkle with the slice and dice. Oh no, is this a team that has given up? SpellBinders gonna lose first blood, and it's gonna go to Broken. You're not gonna be able to use that gold initially, but that's gonna mean that back is just gonna be so much better.
Yeah, and if what we've seen so far from these first couple games from Terry is anything, I think this puts it in a really dangerous spot where Terry can afford to kind of play psycho here, because if he dies and goes back to base, he's sitting on an extra 300 gold, and it's going to be able to come back to lane so much stronger than Sloppy Joe possibly could. So gonna have a massive advantage here as we see the mid laners pushing out. We haven't gotten to watch many Syndra games. It feels like every time this champion is on the table, it gets banned. So I'm happy to finally get to cast one of these games with a champion I used to play so very much of. And to take a quick moment to look at these keystones, I want to mention, as we see Ghost now for Wander and Cleanse for a Josu, so no defensive summoners in terms of healing or shielding, just that Cleanse. I also want to point out, we were talking about Broken playing so well on these Bruiser junglers. Now on the Maokai, this Maokai new build, as Terry's having to flash away, is playing aggressive, but Sloppy Joe takes advantage of it. And just before I kick it, Broken, this Maokai, now with the new build with the Leandries, much more damage focused early game, so going to be able to be very useful out in the map.
Very much so. And hopefully we do get a lull. We'll check to see if this top lane teleports twinsies moments ends up resulting in anything. I don't think so. It does look like Slappy Joe's going to be able to get back over to tower, but I want to take this opportunity to kind of talk about the the donation that we're trying to go for, because it's very important and it's very serious. I'm just gonna let that play out because this is important. We're going to be giving a little bit of a donation over to the Trevor Project. I am a gay man. I don't talk about it often on stream. That is not what I want to be known for. But with the current situation here in the States, with books literally getting banned today in schools, to tell children that to tell children that yes, they're okay for being who they are. Those books are now no longer allowed in schools, with the national helpline for LGBTQIA plus people getting turned off by our president. Children will and have been dying here in the States. And anything and everything that you can do to support the community during Pride Month of all things is going to be super impactful. So I'm so glad we're going to be making a donation to the Trevor Project later on after this series. I appreciate all of you guys for doing what you do. Let's go ahead and get back into this game, folks. It's 1-1 still. We are going to be seeing a very aggressive push there by Slappy Joe. Going to be able to back it off. Terry Tinkle not going to be back into lane. Other than that, Jack, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Yeah, well said and well shown in this game. Both teams playing very aggressive. Glad that those early signs were not signs of giving up, but signs of life still within both of these teams. And as we look at how they're positioning now with Dragon spawning in 5 seconds, we're going to see a very strong bot lane for the agency, able to gain prio. Only problem is Wander sitting at half HP and has no defensive summoner spell. So as you see, Dunzi is positioning extremely aggressively so that they can help push this lane out. Terry Tinkle going in once again, and Broken on this bottom side has those Faded Ashes, so much extra clear speed, but unfortunately, because of that low health on Wander, on Dunzi, they aren't going to be able to get that push secured for the Dragon. Luckily, doesn't look like SpellBinders are in a position themselves to get it. I think we didn't talk about this a lot, but I want to get your take on this. Violet, a very good playmaker, but so far seen them on mostly damage-oriented champions now on a full tank. I wonder how that's going to affect the way they play this game.
Oh, for sure. I mean, like, and even when you have a player like Violet, who is, I think, so apt at being able to facilitate when it is necessary, I don't doubt that they're going to be able to find an opportunity to still be able to deal massive damage. And considering that they're up against a squad, I guess maybe not. You know, they've got, you know, Violet and Slappy Joe that are wanting to potentially move in. Don't really think a Bombi Cinder is going to be that effective here, but I wouldn't be surprised if Brogan wants to go for a Dark Seal or tries to build a little bit of AP in there to give a little bit more bite to that side. But right now, we're going to be seeing Violet come in. I was talking about Broken instead of Violet. You brought it over to Broken. And you're talking about Broken initially, but no, it is actually Broken that is coming in. All those points I talked about Broken, he's still going to be able to provide damage with that Maokai. I think that's still going to be the case here. As Slappy Joe is going to be none long for this world. Terry Tinkle is going to take their first kill of the game.
And the itemization, so well done. Grabbing that Executioner's Culling first item, it really does make a massive difference. I know it doesn't feel the best to do, but it makes a huge difference against the Mundo. Obviously, Mundo goes where he pleases and is just running away, throwing cleavers back, but they're able to eventually get the kill. This one going on to Terry, as you mentioned. Now can afford it back, grabs a pickaxe, so starting to get towards some of those more key items, and Violet going in, but doesn't hit the ultimate.
That's a big miss there. Oh no, you landed that stun, but then there comes an Aegis grasp from Broken. Does it land on two Season of Leaves or Play? No, it does not. Strokerton does have the Unleashed Power, but I don't know if they had enough mana to use it, but they will be able to all back away from that one. Dragon now going to be started by the Agency.
Yeah, the ultimate out of Maokai ends up being worth it, even though it didn't hit anyone. It pushes them all the way back to their turret and allows the bottom lane and themselves to just walk over to Baron. Now, Dragon, excuse me. Now, unfortunately, since this is a rather late Dragon take, means that Grubs are going to be taken by Violet uncontested. She always finds a way to take one of these objectives without anyone being able to stop them. Just sneaking those Grubs away. Gonna take the last one, jump over the wall. Although Terry might have something to say about that.
And I mean, Terry has been playing so impressively here. Void Grubs are going to be taken, but Terry Tinkle's going to go for the flash. Violet has a little bit more movement speed, though, and now here comes Beep. Dominance is going to get popped. Season of Leaves is now here. And that's a Terry Tinkle that we do know. Season of Leaves going to be able to make out their first kill.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was like, for everyone who didn't believe that this guy's a psycho, there you go. Flashes over the Baron wall, even though they aren't fast enough to even keep up. Eventually, they do go down. Violet, not really all that phased, but does have teleport. So Terry will just hop back up to the top lane, go back to their 1v1 island up against Slappy Joe, who's just backing right in Terry's face, knows that Terry has to get back and hit all these minions, can't afford to lose all that experience and gold under their turret. And now we kind of get back to the normalcy of things. Flash forward, never mind.
Season of Leaves, though. Oh boy! The blue team has claimed the feat of warfare. It goes on to Strokerton as they get their first kill.
I mean, that was a bit of a caster curse in of itself. I was just thinking everything's going to kind of go back to normal. Flash forward immediately comes out of Strokerton. Extremely well played to get that kill, to get the Syndra going themselves. Looks like with that Faded Ashes Lost Chapter, I believe that builds into more than just Leandries. I think there's one other item, but I don't know if that other item is very viable. So probably a Leandries for the Syndra. I think that's a great purchase. Leandries kind of, with the nerfs that came in, it went away from being just a guaranteed first item on most mages to either first item on mages that have spammable abilities where you can constantly proc and continue getting that burn damage, or when you're playing against champions that stack health. So when you're facing Sejuani, Dr. Mundo, the two champions in the game that stack health more than any other, it's really just smart. It is the Blackfire Torch, another great first item on Syndra, because you're able to you have so many AoE abilities. You're able to proc that percentage buff to your AP to everyone. So I do also understand that itemization, as we see some other champions starting to build towards their first items. Almost have a Yuntal on both of these AD carries right now. Supports opting for a bit of a different build for each. Lulu wanted that Kindle gem for some survivability, whereas Karma opting for the Boots of Lucidity so that they can have that extra cooldown reduction.
Here's Broken, though. Nice spell shield on the Twisted Advance. They're unable to continue to get it going, and now Soju's going to go on the prowl. Not going to get anything out of it, but a great response there from the Soju and B to be able to keep the bottom one alive.
Yeah, well done. And even with that late flash from Majosu, does still get snared by Karma, goes to use that cleanse eventually, so does have to expend both summoners to get out of there, and really well done by Broken. We talked about... All right, never mind. Terry's doing something crazy.
Yeah, Dominus is going to pop, as well as the unstable concoction from Slappy Joe, but there is that Executioner's Calling, not quite enough. Violet and Slappy Joe just enough health to be able to take down Terry Tickle for their third death of the game. And now SpellBinders might be in an opportunity to start taking this one back. Wander from downtown, making it a 1-for-1.
I mean, what an incredible snipe. I mean, great play by Slappy Joe. Violet knowing that Terry's kind of pulling a Slappy Joe, just sitting in that top lane brush, way overextended, recognizes they're probably going to die, so wants to fight. But then Wander just recognizing Slappy's probably going to stick around too long, throws up the ultimate. That's 300 gold in the pocket of Jinx, which already, you know, having completed that Yuntals, so now you get just any extra gold to get you towards that Infinity Edge is so important to getting towards those breakpoints, especially when you're paired up with a Karma who's able to really accelerate any laner with just how much damage the Karma can go out. I'm really happy that the popular builds for Karma have fully moved towards the Enchanter build instead of the AP build, because in the early phases of the game, Karma just has such low cooldowns. You're able to put out so much damage regardless of how much AP you have, so that if you index into Enchanter, as soon as your damage starts to fall off, you get so much extra healing and shielding.
Now we're going to get a play here, potentially in the bottom lane. Wander going to get rooted by the Chompers, by Wander, but they're going to get hit by the grab of Season Elites. They're going to be able to get away, avoiding some of that extra damage and actually avoiding the ultimate as well. Very nicely done. And turret plates are indeed about to fall. We're going to get another Nature's Grasp. Landing on it too. Broken with a twisted advance on the Twisted Season of Leaves. Broken gonna get their second kill. That's a Leandra's Torment for you as well. As Strogerton and Dundee gonna use the heal to be able to get Lecture Lumincy to get away. Nice stun. What a great scatter the wake from Strogerton. Dundee was dead for right. Strogerton with a massive play.
That started so good for the agency, using that Nature's Grasp, getting 2 members snared up. I mentioned earlier, that's the reason you see the Syndra champ banned in so many games. Strogerton so masterfully playing it. It could have been bad because Violet threw out that Glacial Prison, was able to land it onto an extremely low health Dunzi. And I hate to do this when, you know, we don't have replay and you might not have seen the misplay, but Brokerton was standing in the blue buff and flashed right into the wall, so wasn't able to get back into position. But it ended up not mattering because, like you said, Strogerton, with an incredible scatter of the week, saves Dunzi, allows him to put down even more damage. And, you know, we're now heading into a position where the Syndra is continuing to scale, and Jinx now has the BF sword moving towards that Infinity Edge. The only champion on the other side, I mean, yes, they have the Sivir still scaling about halfway towards that 300 CS rake point that's always talked about, health scaling for Violet, but no shortage of DPS and front to back on the side of agency, but now caught out top lane.
Dundee in trouble. I don't think you're out of that one, and Violet's going to be able to get another kill here. Wander is next. Here comes a teleport as well. The fight's not over yet. A triple Nature's Grasp. Terry Tingle and Broken gonna be aided by the absolute dominance of Strogerton. to be able to make that a 2 for 2. We got another teleport coming through. This one's going to be from Strokerton to defend that mid tier 1 tower. They're going to be able to do it. Violet and Terry Tinkle, they're not going to be able to beat each other with all of the health they have. But you know, Terry Tinkle sure did want to try.
I mean, I was really question marking that teleport top lane by Terry Tinkle. I thought that was just a classic Terry Tinkle moment, but the whole squad was running up. They're able to clean up that fight so well, and you're seeing the agency pull the moves that SpellBinders usually do.
This game is not over yet. Both these teams playing a very chaotic game 4, but Terry Tinkle going to land the dominance, going to be able to take out Beep even before the wild growth. Violet's going to be able to take out Terry Tinkle, making a 1 for 1. Rift Herald is still available, but this Cat of the Week is going to land on the Season of Leaves, and they're going to go down, but Strokerton is going to be able to take out, or Season of Leaves is going to be able to take out Strokerton in the process, making it a 2 for 2 exchange across the board.
Yeah, the Blackfire Torch burn ends up getting Season of Leaves some extra gold. The whole time Slappy Joe pushing in this bottom side, just constant movement. You're seeing incredible macro play by both of these teams, consistently making plays across the map. But because each team is executing so well, it's just constant action. The only thing I'm really afraid of right now, if I'm agency, is the fact that we've got Sejuani, who's got so much gold right now, and Mundo, who doesn't really need gold because you're buying mostly tank items, just having so much health already with the Heartsteel completed for Sejuani. Now the Heartsteel coming through for Dr. Mundo. We do have Leandri's Torment for Maokai. That is big, but Jinx is gonna have to get towards a Lord Doms. I know it doesn't have the health damage quite yet or anymore, but just needs to have some tank bursting ability. Those rockets aren't going to hit as hard when you're hitting targets that have 4,000 HP, which is already the case for Slappy Joe.
Terry Tinkle still has that executioner's calling available. Going to be able to get a little bit of heal cut there. Broken is on the way. There comes the rocket. And Terry Tinkle's going to be able to take out Slappy Joe. That's going to be 1 for the agency, but the mid lane turret is going to go down towards the side of the SpellBinders, and they're going to be able to take out Wander, and they're going to be able to take out Dunsey. Agency going to be played by the best trick in the book that the SpellBinders have.
Every single time you think that one team is making a good play, it is immediately countered by a better one. A kill in the bottom lane is matched by 2 kills mid, a turret, and Rift Herald. Certainly a winning trade for the SpellBinders. And now that we're seeing some of that damage start to come through from Hui, from Sivir, we went from talking about the scaling potential of Jinx Syndra. That potential exists very clearly for SpellBinders. Hui, a champion that Season of Leaves has played extensively, as with Sivir and Ajosu, we mentioned, already having great performances on this champion during these playoffs. And now seeing, I love this itemization. Sejuani opting to go for the Hallowed Radiance, the MR Sunfire item, recognizing that Jinx doesn't really have the ability to buy any health-based damage items. No chance that Jinx is going to be building Bork anytime soon. So opting to go for something that's going to do better against Maokai and Syndra, I think it's a very good itemization. As they're not really contesting this mid push. They're trying to sneak a dragon to get onto Soul Point, but I mean, SpellBinders is going to take their whole base. Never mind, they're backing off.
I mean, they might have had to there as well, as the Aegis are going to be able to pick up the 3rd dragon of the game. That's going to be a Hectech Soul.
How do they get out?
That would be a point for you, but the fight is going to continue. Are they going to be able to get more out of this? And the Ninja Gods are going to pop. They're going to be able to get 1 root, 2 roots out of that one. One of them being onto a Soju, they on the hunt. Not really getting as much effort as it could have gone. Terry Tinkle going to be going in, going to be in the dominance. Going to get stunned though, going to be able to get away things with a nice Scout of the Week from Strokerton. Dunsey able to get a nice utilization of that empowered E to get that movement speed to get Dunsey and Broken out of there. It's going to be Otacon next for SpellBinders if they can get it.
I mean, they really... Agency I'm a big sayings guy. One of the better ones to explain that scenario. The only way out is through. They had 4 members in the Dragon Pit, and they knew that they were cut off in mid lane, so Terry TP's in just so they can fight. And now they're going to try to fight for the Otacon.
2,000 other remaining! Broken! Massive! Smite steal! We saw him do it in the AML. We're going to see him do it again, but can they get out of it? It doesn't look to be the case. Agency is going to lose 2 out of that one, but they do get the Otacon, and they have 3 dragons as well.
That did give me flashbacks. There was an AML series that went all the way to Game 5 solely because a Maokai stole 4 objectives over the course of the game. And I don't know if you remember how that series ended, but it ended in a Game 5 so chaotic that I timed it. I had 4 total minutes over the course of the game of speech because there was so much fighting. You had to do so much play-by-play. And now SpellBinders don't have the Otacon, but they have Void Grubs. They have such a great pushing team comp. Obviously the memes with Mundo, push, push, push. But then you've got Hui with a mini Rumble ult off cooldown every like 6 seconds. Sivir, obviously synonymous with pushing waves. Lulu able to give everyone attack speed, utilizing that Pix shield. So it's going to be so difficult for Agency to really get through these targets unless Jinx gets towards some of these extremely necessary items. There are some other breakpoints on the team. That Unending Despair for Maokai will help Broken stay alive and index towards tank build. And Black Cleaver on the Renekton is a crucial item to pick up when you're dealing with a bunch of frontline tanks.
Absolutely. And so while the Agency now have a massive advantage in terms of neutral objectives, there is still a long way to go before this game ends and the Agency are able to crown themselves the first AVL champions of this split. They've got to be able to contest against a Baron play. They've got to be able to contest against this Dragon, which you know that the Agency is going to, or that the SpellBinders are going to be able to fight. And at this point, you're going to have to deal with a lot of threats on that side. See if they're able to get it. Wander going to be able to seek out Season of Lees and Beep. Nicely done.
Yeah, I know that obviously Mundo, once this champion has items, it doesn't matter what their KDA looks like. They're just a massive meatball of HP and a surprising amount of damage. But I want to push some attention onto Season of Leaves on the Hui. Not an extremely impressive scoreline with all of those deaths, but has 2 major items. And again, we're talking about a player that despite only being 14, has so much experience on this champion, so proficient with all of the combos. Now opting to go towards at least that Oblivion Orb to try and mitigate some of the Karma healing with that Moonstone Renewer. Obviously Maokai, Renekton have so much healing in their kits. Really like that decision. And Sivir, with this new itemization where you go for Presence of Mind and then just go full crit, you're really hitting your breakpoint a little earlier. So now it's not about getting to 300 CS and having 4 items as soon as possible. You're able to come online with about 3 items, 75% crit chance, got those Berserker's Greaves, and you just rely on your positioning to put out as much damage as possible. You pack a bit more of a punch. But we might see a fight early here as Violet getting CC'd up, but just going to use that Arctic Assault to get on out of there in 9 seconds until what could be Soul for Agency, and something that would make it very difficult for SpellBinders to end this game.
And there the Dragon has spawned. Both teams trying to go for the inside track. Wait to see if we're going to find a Glacial Fissure landing, as the Scatter of the Week is going to put Violet into a bit of a rough spot. There's Baron as well. SpellBinders still going to be keeping an eye on that Dragon, as the Agency are going to say, let's go for this Baron. Let's try to push it, but Broken is not there. Broken is going to be targeted by 3 members. They're going to be able to land 2 roots, but I don't think that's going to be enough, and a little bit of a misplay by the Agency might spell disaster.
I have no words to describe what could have gone through the minds of the agency in that decision making. They don't have their jungler with them. They decide, let's trade Dragon for Baron. We have 3, they'll have 1, but they see all of SpellBinders. They see that they're not looking to trade. They're just looking to follow them. And as soon as Broken reveals himself, SpellBinders make the incredible decision, let's just kill this guy who's all alone. And they opt to just take out Broken, which means that Agency can take no objectives and SpellBinders can take whichever one they want. It was almost as if they didn't include Broken in that decision. I mean, really dropping the ball there, and now slowly losing more and more of the advantages that they had gained up, as we see now Sivir backing. If this is a completed Lord Dominic's regard, that's going to be bad news, and that is the completion. And now Maokai looks a lot easier to go through. Now Slappy Joe caught out again, but so much, just so much HP. It's impossible for any 2 members to take them out unless it's Syndra and Jinx, and in that case, they're at risk of giving their own lives over.
Now, SpellBinders, as the music swells up, they are on match point, the top seeded team here in the regular season. They showed themselves as a dominant force here in the AVL. They are now looking to continue to keep that going, and I totally believe that they're going to be able to do it. Can they find what it takes to get themselves into a Silver Scrapes Game 5 situation? Definitely possible, definitely doable, especially since they have that 4,000 gold lead and 3 items on a Soju on that Sivir. Let's see if they can continue to make this happen as the dance around Baron commences.
Really important that they play out these next sequences extremely well. SpellBinders really running away with these advantages. I think at this point you're even okay giving over Baron, because you just need to get that next dragon. If you get Hextech Dragon, it means that the Syndra damage is so accelerated. The Jinx zaps are going to hit so much harder than they otherwise would. And now you're seeing, as I talked about itemization earlier, so much adaptation on the side of Agency with the Mortal Reminder coming out. It used to be earlier in the season, it was advantageous to go for Mortal Reminder always, as, oh my, what a demolish proc for Slappy Joe. Push, push, push. There's nothing Terry can do.
Gonna drop the Unstable Concoction, but Slappy Joe's gonna be able to get away. Both teleports are ready, and the Spellbinders are gonna be threatening potential Baron push. They are on it. They've got themselves the Jinx there, which is an impressive... I'm sorry, the Sivir, who is not there anymore, as the Spellbinders will indeed back away. But that just goes to show you here in the bottom lane, Terry and Dingle trying to do everything that they can to stop Slappy Joe from being able to move forward. But at this point, 30 minutes into the contest, Mundo indeed goes where he pleases. It doesn't necessarily matter how much damage you put in that 1v1, but a turret might have been the difference maker. Slappy Joe in trouble. Slappy Joe in trouble. Slappy Joe gets shut down.
That's huge amount of gold, especially because it seems almost as if Terry doesn't really know how to deal with the Mundo unless they just kill them. They need to kill the minions. If they kill all of the minions, it means that Mundo can't get up to the turret and get those grubs, get those demolished procs started. But now Terry just says, screw it, I'm just gonna kill this guy. 30 seconds until Mundo's back up and available. They have to take a risk here. We talked about it earlier. Those 20% chances to win, that might be your best chance to win. They start hitting the Baron. It's going down extremely quickly.
Spellbinders now in a pickle, as Violet is gonna get stunned on the hunt from a Soju, but it's gonna land a root on the Season of Leaves. I'm not gonna be able to be part of that fight. Now it's Dunsey. With all of that extra healing and shielding that they can provide, are they going to be able to do it effectively here? Violet is there. Slappy Joe is now back, and teleport is up. And it looks like we are going to get a reset.
They got the splash out of Sejuani. Looks like they also got heal out of Beep. bunch of ultimates, but they will most likely be up by the time we see our next fight. Really great disengage there by SpellBinders, and goes to show how well Violet is able to translate their mechanical ability. It's not just on these high damage threats, these bruisers, these damaged junglers, also on these facilitating tanks, playing that front line so well, finding so many picks. And now Slappy Joe pushing in topside. Terry Tingle does not have teleport, but Slappy Joe does. This is going to make it extremely hard for them to try and fight for this soul point here, especially because they're not going to have the first move on the mid lane push.
And that mid lane push is indeed going over to the SpellBinders. Do they opt to go for the Baron and get SpellBinders a second Hextech Drake? Or do we see the agency try to go for this fight? I don't know what the right answer is here. Flash unavailable from Terry Tinkle, goes unavailable from Wander, and a couple of flashes on Slappy Joe and Violet not available for the SpellBinders. As the Dragon is going to get started, it's going to be immediately done. Special thanks to a Soju being very powerful right now with those 3 items. That Dragon almost gets taken for free here. Level 16 on Stalkerton, go ahead.
Yeah, not even opting to go for 100% crit chance, wants to go for that bloodthirst to make it even more impossible for them to fully get on. Because you think about it, we're talking about how difficult it's going to be to kill Dr. Mundo and Sejuani. If they can't kill those, how are they going to kill Hui and Sivir, the actual damage dealers on this team? And they recognize right now that they aren't the biggest threat on the Hunt proc. They're trying to find the winning fight here.
And they get it. Double Root is going to come in. Slappy Joe is going to have so much health. They have not yet landed the Unstable Concoction. There it is. Double knock up things on the Wild Growth. Spellbinders trying to get all the damage in. And they will get it onto Terry Tinkle. Wander now in trouble. Can they get on the Hex again in time? No, they will not. They will have to flash away. And that most assuredly means that the Spellbinders are going to get Baron.
I mean, they tried so hard. Strokerton flashed over the wall. Josu took so much damage, and you can see how little health they have on the portrait, but they weren't able to finish the kill. Slappy Joe soaked up so much attention and damage. They just can't get through this front line. Syndra excels at dealing single target damage and AoE disruption, but at this point in the game, has the Void Staff, yes, but they need some sort of health-based damage. A Leandri's Torment would be so crucial right now. And like I said, for Jinx, it's not like you have the opportunity right now. Maybe at this item, you could build a Bork, but with the double frontline, Runan's Hurricane still very enticing. It's just an incredible break point that Spellbinders have got to be complimented the agency draft because of how cohesive it was and because of how many power picks they were able to obtain. But now that we're at this point, 33 minutes into the game, it's only going to get more and more difficult. And with no flash on Syndra, no flash on Jinx, it's going to be so hard to find an advantageous position in upcoming fights, especially when you only have 2 minutes and 30 seconds until the next objective that could potentially help you in winning the game. Otherwise, it's just going to be Spellbinders pushing down your structures. Teleport from behind.
They're going to go for the teleport here. Terry Tinkle wants it. Broken's going to go for the Nature's Grasp. Violet is going to be a target from Broken, but everyone else is trying to go in on the Beep. Beep goes down, was able to land the Wild Growth. A Soju dangerously low, but the Alma wasn't up there, able to get away. Season of Leaves, though, goes down to Wander. That's a reset for the Jinx. Slappy Joe trying to go for their cleanses. They're going to be able to take out Tunzi. They're going to get hit by the Twisted Advance by Wander. Wander and Strokerton take out Slappy Joe, and that is 3 Barons now gone.
What an incredible fight, an incredible find. They teleport in behind, recognizing that if they can get behind them, the frontliners will be split up, and it couldn't have been better for the agency. Both frontliners, Violet and Slappy Joe, dive forward onto the tanks of agency, and Terry Tinkle, Strokerton, and Wander dive the 3 squishies, immediately kill Beep, are able to get Seasons of Leaves, and Josu's forced to flee on 0 HP. I mean, the perfect angle. They had to expel a lot. So many summoner spells used, but it's totally worth it to get back into this position, even though we're still seeing about a 4K gold deficit. You're now at a point where Jinx has 100% crit. Syndra is about to get that Rabadon's, they certainly won't have the time to get it before Dragon comes up. But you have tank items starting to be built for Terry Tinkle. This is a great decision on the Hunt proc, but I don't know if they have the angle.
Rogerson wants it, going to be able to get the scat of the week onto Masoju, and that's a shutdown thanks to the rocket from Wander. Strogan's now going to be low. They do not have an hourglass, and they will go down. Violet going to be unstoppable, 5-0 and 7. Terry Tinkle going to go in, but it's going to be hit by the Hwei ultimate. Now potentially in trouble, going to get the shielding from the Maw. They're going to get the shielding from the Serex Gage soon. But Slappy Joe is so huge. I'm losing my voice here, Jack.
I mean, Broken's doing what he can now, does get the kill onto Beep, but it's going to be too little too late. Slappy Joe is just one-shotting everyone in his sight. Broken does not have the tank available, and I mean, Dragon isn't even the biggest prize on the table now. I think they could push for an inhibitor. Terry's off in the side lanes trying to find maybe a tower, an inner tower, to get some more gold. I think that Strokerton got a little over eager. Yes, the kill on a Josu is huge at the beginning of that fight, but I mentioned earlier, Season of Leaves, yes, the KD is not very impressive, but this Hwei does so much damage, and Jinx was just not able to contend with the miniature Rumble ultimates that Hwei is able to so consistently put out, those massive meteor strikes that make it so difficult for Jinx to even approach the enemy front line. And as you saw, Slappy Joe just one-shotting every single target in their path. Wander now has a BF sword going towards that Bloodthirster. I don't know, maybe my thought is unfounded. I really think a Bork would be necessary here. I know it's not like a fix-all magical selection there, but it would go a long way into maybe taking down these frontliners a tad sooner. When you look at their build, you already have the you have the Mortal Reminder for the armor penetration, but you've got Heart Steals, you've got Warmogs, you've got health on everything, and I think that extra percentage max health damage would be very useful in this moment.
And we'll see if they're able to do something with it here. If they get it, pardon me. If they get it. And like you said, you know, despite the two... Oh no, Terry Tinkle sold his executioners. So yeah, there's only one heal cut, and that's going to be on Wander. Once Wander is dead, Sloppy Joes could just be able to do whatever they want for the remainder of the fight. And I mean, my God, he's huge. He's massive.
The guy's enormous. They do have Bramble Vest on Broken, so if Sloppy Joe does hit Broken, it'll hurt him a tiny bit. But you just see the control. They're able to expend mid lane. And Season of Leaves, I keep bringing up itemization, has the Banshee's Veil now, making it even more difficult for them to get caught out by Strokerton, who's continuing to look for these angles. Drops the Mundo passive, goes where he pleases, a little bit less. But he's taking, I mean, the importance of the phone call that Slappy Joe is taking right now cannot be undersold. This guy is enormous. Got so many belts and shirts and vests. Oh my God, and he bought a Titanic Hydra.
I mean, I don't know how you're going to be able to kill Slappy Joe in a 5v5. It's going to have to be a massive faux pas in order to make it happen. And Slappy Joe is still trying to move forward. They want to try to initiate this fight. Strogan's going to be able to land a nice scat of the week, but now they're going to get targeted. They're going to be able to back away, but they're not going to be able to get out of Slappy Joe. They gave first blood over, but they might be the savior of this game. Wander takes him out. Wander's going to be able to take out Slappy Joe, and now it is a 4v4.
A little bit overzealous there. Got a little bit too big for his britches, walked forward, but they got to be careful because Season of Leaves is still up and available, does so much damage. Maybe not to Terry, but if Wander gets in a bad spot, they can get one shot.
They're going to be able to land a stun on the Season of Leaves, but no, they're not able to get out. That is a Soju being able to get that one. Violet with a massive shield. Violet with Wander with a massive shield. They're going to be able to take out Season of Leaves. They get the reset. They want more. Oh, they could have potentially gone for it, but no, they decide to back away.
They know that any overextension could be the end of the game. They just can't get a Josu so low.
No! Wonder! Shop isn't worth it!
Oh my god, we talked so much last game about how this agency roster was almost completely intact from the AML, with Alistair being the only one not brought up. And now Wander, after playing last game so well, this game up to this point, done everything they could, a critical misstep, and a Josu full item Sivir has the immortal shield bow, doing everything they can to stay alive. Just a critical misstep. And now, I mean, Wander has to play this pixel perfect. No flash, no ghost. Has to sprint out of base to the dragon, but depending on how SpellBinders position on it, they might not even get an angle in there without putting their life at risk. They do have the Bloodthirster, so it is full build for each AD carry. We're also looking at Seasons of Leaves nearly at full build. I mean, this last fight, full build for Dr. Mundo. They have to play this so crisp. They have to just do everything right, otherwise it could be the end of the game.
And they've got to attend with Baron Nashor as well. Dragon has spawned, as well as the dragon. Whoever gets this dragon is going to get sold. They might actually be able to get the game with it. The stuff going to land on his Drogerton. Violet is godlike. Undying yet. Wander trying to do everything they can. But with no flash, it is a double kill for a Soju. Broken gets the dragon. But it might just be not enough. SpellBinders might be looking to take this to a game 5, and I believe they will with this ace.
They just don't do any damage. Wander was free hitting inside of the pit that entire time, applying grievous wounds to Sejuani, to Dr. Mundo. It doesn't matter. Strokerton goes down at the beginning, and Wander, with just no ability to cut through this health, means we are going to game 5. Damn your server issues. Damn your MSI watch parties. The AVL is what you should be watching going into Silver Scrapes.
I love to see it. And I mean, Violet probably having the best game that we have seen them play in the AVL. 8-0-12. I mean, the MVP of that game for sure, and maybe definitely in contention for MVP of this series with how they were able to utilize the Sejuani up against a massively stacked composition there by the agency. As you can tell, my voice is going down. I'm going to go grab some water, get myself reset for what's going to be an incredible game 5. We'll be back in a bit.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the start of Game 5. Silver Scrapes, exactly what you want to see for the finale of this AVL split. You know, a public service announcement. It is almost 11 or almost 12 a.m. for the folks on the East Coast. So, you know, we want to make sure that we are, you know, getting this game done as quickly as possible. Give my voice still a little bit of a break, Jack. I'm going to leave you to talk about the draft.
I am more than happy to oblige. And, you know, as one of those East Coasters, I think this is the perfect way to cap off the night. You know, not with any MSI nonsense or international play. I mean, this is where you want to be. Same band so far, but a little bit different in their order. I also think two things, just to put in perspective how unbelievably unpredictable this finals has been. If the SpellBinders lose, they will have lost as many games in this series as they did all year long. More games in the series. They've already lost as many games they lost all year. If the agency win this game, they will have won as many games in this series as they did all regular season. Like, these two teams could not have been in more opposite positions. This is the fifth game 5 the agencies had to go through just to get to this position, and to see them evolve from, you know, barely winning a single game in the AML finals to taking the best team to the brink, beating Chaotic Indigo, who was the second seeded team, Gnome Children, you know, fending off that near reverse sweep. Just incredible to see, and with the bands being the same from the agency, the Volibear, Varus, and Poppy, and SpellBinders still showing a little bit of new stuff here. I'm expecting a Xin Zhao first pick. Other than that, I would think maybe a mid laner, because that Talia has been taken off the map. So it's either going to be Xin Zhao, or let me quickly pull up that multi. Never mind, I was right.
It's going to be the Xin Zhao, yeah. I'll chime in here. You know, I mean, I'm glad to see that the Varus was the one, or one of those champions that has been banned away for the majority or for the entirety of this series. However, you know, as it is with every single best of 5, we are looking at 40 champions, now 46. We're going to be looking at a total of 50 champions getting banned away once we get into once we get finished with this draft, which is going to really, really pinch a lot of these players, you know, hits all around. So you've got to be wondering, you know, what is going to be left in the tank. You've also got to be wondering if, you know, the delays at the start of this series, it being almost 12 a.m., I always talk about that. That can be a big indicator or a big issue for players, because fatigue is real. That my issue here, like the issue that I'm going to have when I bring it back to you, I don't understand Seraphine and Ezreal being picked at the same time.
I was hoping that would be Seraphine bottom lane as like the actual bot laner. I'm a huge fan of it. I'm a huge abuser of it in solo queue. It's so incredibly strong, especially if you build ability power, because you don't have any healing unless you get that encore with the W. You get mostly shielding out of it. And it scales not based off of any percentages. It scales based off of missing health. I also want to pivot because I was looking at the Ashe Xin Zhao and I said Milio would be perfect here because it's going to completely counteract the Seraphine. I like the Ezreal in a vacuum. Never mind. Violet has decided that, or Broken, excuse me, has decided they're done with the bruisers and the fighters, and that one tank game was all you get, and now you give me a Kha'Zix. I'm taking this into my hands, and we've seen Broken do this before, and it worked extremely well.
And it is also a little bit of a snipe against Violet, though. Now, he did play it last week in his semifinals. They did not win that game, but it was still something that was chosen to be played nonetheless. So anything is possible here. I mean, 100%. Anything is possible here in terms of these final 2 picks. I really like this Anivia getting taken away. Yes, it was the top lane Anivia in the semifinals match, but the power of an Anivia wall, especially in a game like this, 100%. 100% agree with this decision. Love to see it. Now, are we going to be seeing another fully rounded composition, an Aurora pick? Girl, where's your frontline agency? No!
It's kind of starting to fall apart at the seams. I was pogging at the beginning of that because the sub from last week, Izo, for SpellBinders, had come into the chat and was saying, yo, this is a great Anivia top angle, and then they banned it. And I was like, oh my god, they see. Also provided some great insight. The Seraphine pick is also a takeaway from Season of Leaves, who plays it mid lane, and with no more engaged supports up and available, it is a great flex option. So I do now understand that a bit more. Nunu coming in has been banned against Violet in this series, and this is a scary team that can just roll forward front to back you, but also can hold its ground, play control, play around Victor's gravity field and Chaos Storm. How do you walk into a Nunu when that all comes down? And the way you walk through it is by barreling forward with that unstoppable force that Malphite provides. I mean, the composition as like a 5v5 doesn't make any damn sense. You got what? Our producer has just enlightened me to something. It is Xin Zhao top lane.
Yeah, 100%. 100%, because it's going to be Violet.
Yeah, and because it's the Nunu, Malphite's going to smash that. I mean, my analysis is starting to fall apart too. It's getting late, but like,
let's jump into the game. We're not even going to do Dragon Draft here because it's game 5. We're all in this together, High School Musical style. Let's jump in to game 5 here. SpellBinders having a ridiculously awful series, considering how they have played for every other series in this split. No other team has challenged the SpellBinders as much as the agency has, and the agency comes into this one as, I think, was it the lowest seed or the second lowest seed in the playoffs?
Lowest seed.
This is an incredible series, and I am game 4, a 42-minute banger. You can't ask for anything better. This is peak. I'm so excited for what this game 5 is going to be bringing us. I pray to God that it isn't just a stomp, and we'll get started with it.
No matter what happens, the agency, the way they have to play this game is going to be entertaining, because they are going to thrive off chaos, because Aurora is constantly looking to find angles to one-shot a champion. So is Kha'Zix, but Kha'Zix has the added wrinkle of needing that isolation to deal the most damage. Malphite is going to have to focus mostly on healing, just trying to make sure that there's no one able to dive on to any of these very squishy champions as the only frontliner. I also want to take this moment to point out some things that may seem quite strange, such as the Doran's Ring start for Xin Zhao. I believe Wind Becomes Lightning is an ability that scales off of ability power. Let me check just to double check. Anyway, having the Doran's Ring, not only does it give you mana regen throughout the lane when you kill minions, and yes, the thrust, it does physical damage, but it does scale off AP. Also, Samakin, who's a professional mid laner, a very good player, also pointed out the passive healing is AP based as well, which is going to help you sustain every 3 auto attacks you get heal. So just I'm not super familiar with Xin, so I imagine most people aren't as well, so I want to give those little context clues. And as we move into what we're going to see bottom lane here, the Seraphine, anytime it enters the bottom lane, so oppressive, just constantly flinging out abilities, huge ranged auto attacks. Just really, you have to constantly be on the lookout for a ton of damage coming out of Seraphine.
We were talking about how, we'll talk about this later here, as Violet is able to land a nice stun on a Wander, gonna force out the Arcane Shift. Did not force out the Flash, though. On the other hand, Dunzi is going to lose both their Flash and their Cleanse. So I will now take this opportunity to talk about this. When I was a young warthog, when I was a young boy in college, starting to play League of Legends, the first two champions that I played were Xin Zhao and Wukong. Like, I have a lot of experience with Xin Zhao. I've loved how the kit has evolved. And so I am very curious to see how the heck SpellBinders is going to be able to utilize this topside, because I remember my best friend playing topside Xin Zhao back in season 1, season 2. My concern here in this one is, you're up against a very tough rock in Terry Tinkle, and I think you're seeing that come through. But when Terry Tinkle has no mana, he might be in trouble. The advantage being that he did take out all of the minions, so they will be backing away, but I digress.
Ozik's now doing a little bit of counter jungling. The only difficulties I can foresee for a Xin Zhao lane versus jungle is obviously not having access to the map, where Xin Zhao can create so much, just so many fights across the map with the dashes and the knockups and the sustain, not having the ability to affect the entire map, as well as the lack of wave clear. Has to expend a lot of mana to kill all those minions, whereas in the jungle, you're constantly getting that regenerated by killing camps. But isolated in the lane 1v1, going to be pretty good. I wouldn't be shocked if we see both Seraphine and Ezreal pick up tiers in this moment. I know it is support Seraphine. Nope, gonna opt for just complete enchanter items. Makes sense. You're not getting nearly as much gold generation from the support position as you are from the bottom lane position. I also want to point out a pick that we glossed over just a little bit, but a pick that I absolutely adore here is the Ashe. This champion received buffs 3 patches and a minor nerf to its ultimate damage, but you don't use Ashe's damage for ultimate, or you don't use Ashe's ultimate for damage, excuse me. As Beep, another great roam.
Beep, dude, I've loved the way that they've been able to maneuver around the map, and first blood is going to go to Season of Leaves.
Hey, this guy won Player of the Series last week in the semifinals. He is consistent. I don't know how he gets away with roaming mid every single game, and he always makes it work every single time. Dunsey getting run out by Violet. Violet is also extremely good on this Nunu, consistently finding a balance between taking all of their camps, taking neutral objectives, and ganking every single lane. We've had the pleasure of casting a few Violet and Nunu games, and every single time looks like the most oppressive thing in the game.
Indeed, and the agency know it. Like, I think the agency recognize the power of Violet. Overall has played a very consistent series, and the times that we have seen Nunu be as oppressive as they have been, it has been because they've been able to find these amazing angles. It is going to be up to Dunsey and Wander, because I'm seeing that Violet is going to be the one that is, rolling down onto the bottom lane. They need to be dropping wards, and Strokers need to be dropping wards. Thankfully, they have this time.
Now, one of the big problems here, though, is while Nunu did back for the Dark Seal, which I absolutely love this move by any AP building jungler, never mind Josu taking a ton of damage here, but I don't think they have the angle to go on. Beep, no mana, but no follow-up. Cannot close the gap. I love the Dark Seal pickup, but not backing. You are going to start taking your second rotation of camps that have leveled up, but you're leaving a lot of gold on the table, and now that your bot lane's getting pushed in, Kha'Zix clearing their bottom side camps could sneak this dragon. I don't think it's going to happen, but it is a potential. I want to get back to this Ashe pick. They added damage to the Q, to the volley. They took a little bit of damage away from the ultimate. They also made it so you can proc that volley on Ashe auto attacks on turrets, so you can pretty much constantly have it up and available even when walking up towards the turret and pushing. So I just think that Ashe is in a really strong spot right now, and I wish more people would pick it up. I know it's kind of seen as a utility AD carry, but it really can do a ton of damage once you build a couple of items.
Now we're moving on to a bit of a lull in this game. Dragon looking like it's going to get taken here by the agency, as Slappy Joe is going to be putting a little bit of damage in onto Terry Tinkle. They do have the Unstoppable Force ready with no extra assistance there, I don't think that they're going to try to go for any sort of play. You're going to get hit by the Wind Blows Lightning. The Ocean Drake will now spawn. Slappy Joe will go in onto it. Now Terry Tinkle has no mana. Now looking back, I'm loving this Doran's Ring from Slappy Joe, because it's allowed him to stay in the lane so much longer than I think I would have expected. And now it's going to be a turret plate.
Incredible build decisions. Also grabbing the Ruby Crystal for increased sustain.
Here comes the Absolute Zero. Dunsey barely survives. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow misses. The True Shot Barrage dealing damage, but it's not enough to get anyone down. And we'll reset, I think.
I mean, that's what I like. What? How? All right, never mind. He's just keeping me on my toes. As Strokerton running forward.
Realm Between Realms does not land for Strokerton. The Aurora still going to be able to take out Season of Leaves, but the Chaos Storm is going to be able to drop in onto Broken. Kha'Zix 1 HP. Oh my god, so many members of the agency so low, and this should be it. No, it's not. I can't believe it. Violet unable to take out Strokerton or Broken, and I'll have to back away.
Also, came up and said that Violet had taken the Void Grubs. Looks like it's still on the map. Not sure if the last one despawned because they left it for too long. I'd have to take a look back and see what happened there. But really well played by Strokerton and Broken. They both, or excuse me, Strokerton doesn't have to expend the flash because they're able to use the mobility in the Aurora kit. But flash forward from Broken, recognizing that they need to neutralize this mid lane. Victor's getting a bit too far ahead. Very well done. Dunsey roaming just as well as Beep, constantly moving across the map, putting pressure everywhere. Obviously, it's Ezreal, so you can just leave them bottom lane to farm. This is a very low econ champion early. Once you get a Sheen, once you get a tier, you're pretty set for quite a while. And Ashe also has a bit of an interesting build path because critical strikes do not work the same as other champs. As Wander continues to buffer so extremely well as Terry Tinkle is doing Terry Tinkle things, TPing across the map, forces the flash out of a Josu. I think this guy knows that he's on the cusp of going from a meme to being an AVL champion potentially, as he pulls the classic Baus TP just to recall.
Love it, love it, love it. We've got ourselves a game, folks. 10 minutes in, and neither one of these teams has really been able to make a massive advantage, but Violet is looking to see if they're able to take out Dunsey without the encore. Dunsey's dead to rights.
Yeah, that was, there was no surround sound there, maybe mono sound at best. Just got absolutely one shot by the Absolute Zero, and now Violet, for a second I got so confused. I was like, Violet's going for another kill here. This Nunu is bloodthirsty. Broken is trying to clear this ward, but they're in such a treacherous situation. Season of Leaves does not have any sort of upgrades yet. But walking forward, Strokerton, this is extremely aggressive. I don't know if this is wise. They ended up just using that Between Worlds, throwing it down just to kind of dissuade them. That one poor lonely Void Grub still up. No one's bothered to go take it. There's Terry Tinkle now with Bombies and the Bombies and the Bramble Vest, excuse me, now able to just kind of stand in front of Xin Zhao's face and not really worry too much about the damage they can put out.
Alrighty, I mean, this game, we gotta talk about Violet here. You know, Violet, AML champion, comes on to SpellBinders as an AVL jungler, performs exceptionally well throughout the regular season, even still performing exceptionally well here in this series, even in the games that they lost. In the games that they won, they were able to absolutely body Broken. As Terry Tinkle, we can talk about that. Slappy Joe is an AML champion too, Jack.
He's just getting the sweetest. Okay, Jesus Christ, Terry, why do you do this to me every time I want to praise him? He flashed backwards to get hit by the snowball.
Oh, nicely done by Beep to be able to cleanse out the encore onto a Soju. able to avoid the true shot barrage as well. Very nicely done. Yeah, I mean, but that's just still Terry Diggle for you, right? Like,
I love this guy so much. I wish I could watch him play every game. I mean, like, he did that on screen and everyone saw it. So I figured he was straight up inting in the AML finals last time, and now he is playing out of his mind, just gapping Slappy Joe right now, pushing him around. I mean, Slappy's just hitting the turret. He doesn't really care, as Broken was able to get away in that bottom lane. They're not going to get this dragon. I've said it before, fighting over the second dragon really just isn't worth it. It's just the risk is not worth the reward, as it looks like Violet is going to be able to pick this up with the Josu, throwing in some very well-aimed volleys to just try and push them back, and that will even up the Dragons' 1-to-1 objective advantage, though in the moment going to Spellbinders as Violet is in between two turrets casually, just trying to stop some recalls. I want to kind of zoom out for a moment because we are entering the mid-game phase here. Titanic Hydra completed for Xin Zhao, Leandri's for Nunu, Luden's Companion, and Yuntal, so pretty stock standard stuff across the board. Going to see the Victor go more towards Burst, which you'd like to see. I think the Roa build is pretty out by now, and Aurora also getting towards some of those items. Ezreal has a more expensive first items, no, we're not there yet. And Malphite as well gives multiple components. But we really haven't seen this Kha'Zix be super effective. Been in some 2v1s and done well, but I think Spellbinders, they're going to have to lean on their macro. Because if they don't split up, if they don't allow themselves to get isolated, they can really just beat the Kha'Zix without even having to really focus on where they are. They can just work on their own positioning and prioritize that above everything else, as again Violet prioritizing visiting this bottom lane.
and are they gonna be able to get it? Arcade Ship, nicely done. It was a flash actually though, so Violet gonna be able to get a flash out of just using that greatest snowball ever. You know, if I was Dunsey and Wander, I would be trying to go for warding maybe a little bit further back, as Terry Diggle is looking to maybe get themselves a kill against Slappy Joe. Flash was used, and Slappy Joe is going to be running for the hills. Also running for the mid lane, it's going to be Violet, trying to be able to get out. Season of Leaves is going to try to deal as much damage as possible, utilizing the Chaos Storm, utilizing the kit. Broken is low, and the rest of the Spellbinders are going to come in. Blue team is going to take the feat of Warfare, as Stroken is going to go down. Wander's going to be able to take out a Soju, and it's going to end up being a 3-for-1 in favor of the Spellbinders.
They were able to pincer so efficiently, where they had the dive trying to get onto Season of Leaves, but the Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes through in the middle of the gravity field with the Arcane Storm on top. So much damage, so they get broken down, and then Wander dives in to get a Josu, but not before they send out a volley to kill Aurora. These fights, you can, just by watching, you can tell how much pressure is on these players. They recognize what's at stake here. The stories that would be told if they win. Violet winning the AML Finals MVP, now trying to win a championship in the next level. Slappy Joe wasn't even the starter for this team at the beginning of the year, proved over the course of the season that they deserve to be a starter in the AVL. And then obviously it goes without saying, the agency, what an incredible story it would be if they could promote up and make it work here. As Terry going to go through, Brokerton trying to steal it, he does.
Oh my god, yeah, Broken always on the prowl to try to be able to steal those neutral camps. Will die for it though. Violet dangerously low, they're gonna be able to find Dunsey. Dunsey doesn't quite yet have their Encore ready and will be able to flash away. So overall, only one death for that Rift Herald. I would take that trade.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how they utilize it though. I still think it is worth it, regardless of seeing how they utilize the Rift Herald, just because Spellbinders has 3 Void Grubs. If they got the Herald as well, it could turn into a situation like we saw last game, where you've got Slappy Joe on a side lane pushing so hard, and you just can't really afford to dedicate the resources necessary to push them out, as Terry does not have that unstoppable force right now.
Can they find a way to go up against Slappy Joe? Slappy Joe was not confident, but it's actually going to be an elaborate ruse. Violet on a killing spree, 3-0-3.
Just really well done by Violet to recognize that this top lane can use a little attention. Free kill. That's one of those moments you're playing solo queue, you just type in all chat, free kill top lane. Jungle, you come whenever. And Terry's going to put himself in that position. The scaling on the side of SpellBinders is pretty clear. Obviously, Nunu is going to get to a point where the tankiness comes in. Never mind, Between Worlds are down.
Here comes the Between Worlds onto a Soju. The response from the agency. A clean kill onto a Soju, and the agency are actually going to be able to back away. What growth!
I mean,
they're not going for more.
You call it perfectly, and now they get to have a numbers advantage for Dragon because they got the kill and they didn't greed for more. Now it's imperative that they keep Violet out of this pit. It's almost impossible to outsmite a Nunu with Consume up. Looks like Terry's going to be the one to do it.
And they're going to try to go for it. Shut down onto the victor. Terry Tinkle. The man, the myth, the legend. Unstoppable force that keeps Season and leaves out of the fight. Violet is now gone, but was a 4v5 and now a 3v5. And the agency are looking to get the second dragon of the game. We'll see if they are able to pull it off. It looks like indeed they will, as Terry Tinkle makes sure that Violet doesn't get any more damage onto that inner tower.
They're just playing the map so incredibly well. Even now, Strokerton moves down to that bottom lane to push in those two waves. Going to deny Slappy Joe probably a minion or two, but also get some damage down onto that turret to prevent the constant side lane pressure that ended up being their downfall last game. You mentioned last game why teams that often go up 2-1 in game 4 have an advantage is because they can play a bit looser. They don't have the pressure of if we lose, we're out. So they can go into that game 4. If they win, they win. If they lose, they got another chance. But you don't see that same kind of calmness in these game 5s. Every single mistake allows that doubt to creep in. Is this going to be the end of our AVL hopes? This inaugural season, there's only one first champion, and it could be you, as we see now SpellBinders. This is a classic SpellBinders move, finding a moment where the tempo is just right for them to get a free objective. Otacon obtained, and I mean, this is a team that's going to be able to utilize that very effectively as Wander. Fancy feet, gonna hopefully be able to get out of here. Has to expend the flash as well.
Yeah, Arcade Shift and Flash gonna be able to get away. Terry Tinkle can get a little bit of damage onto that tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. The advantage right now that the Spellbinders have, that 4,000 gold lead attributed by the pushing that they have had for the majority of this game. Terry Tinkle's going to be forced to take the Unstoppable Force away. Now here comes Broken. Taking that stolen Rift Herald, going to be pushing it towards into the mid lane. They would love to be able to get that tower down, but no, they're not going to be able to.
You get some good damage onto it, though. They don't have the best wave clear. Violet, though, moving bot. They want to get Terry Tinkle now without that Unstoppable Force, but has Flash up and available, so it couldn't be the worst thing in the world. Teleport coming in defensively, but there's also a teleport coming in from Aurora. They're both looking to fight here.
And now the absolute zero. Terry Tinkle goes down. That Unstoppable Force was on cooldown. Dunsey has already used Encore, and this is going to be forced to flash away. Strogerton is now in a bad spot. And the Spellbinders, that gold lead is just continuing to increase.
Yeah, it's the only saving grace right now for Agency is that there's nothing to pick up for those kills. No Otacon, no Dragon, no turrets even in the area. Seasonal Leaves is going to try and get the push in, but they'd rather back and spend the gold gained there. I understand the attempt. You have a flank TP opportunity, and Terry Tinkle can buy a lot of time, but without Unstoppable Force, once you miss that Encore as well from Seraphine, you really are just out of so many critical tools. And Wander, you know, so much of your damage has to come from Wander, and they just aren't in position to put it down. I'm starting to doubt this Kha'Zix pick more and more. Just really isn't able to find those fights that they need to win this game. Like I said at the beginning, they need chaos. They need split fights. They need everyone going in different directions. and they just aren't really able to create that right now. We saw it last game. We saw it just last game, them have the ability to split up fights to get a Josu and Beep and Season of Leaves separated from their frontliners. They did it time and time again. And now Violet running forward.
A lot of damage taking that absolute zero, but Dunzi doesn't have the encore again. The agency continuing to not have their ultimates available to them when they absolutely need it, and that is going to be disastrous for them moving forward into this game. They need to be on coordination. Broken 0-2 and 2, or 0-2 and 2. The only one with a lot with any sort of gold is Wander, and you might not even have the time to be able to use it because the agency are now having an exposed inhibitor.
And Wander, this is the moment where he has to step up. He's done it before, playing so incredibly well throughout the majority of this series. This is the player that they brought in for this season specifically. This was the upgrade that they made when they promoted up to the AVL. And Wander just has to find the damage necessary. It's going to be difficult on Xin Zhao, obviously, but other than him, nothing really available to block the Ezreal's damage output. 2 seconds until Dragon. SpellBinders could even up the score right now. Slappy Joe getting extremely aggressive, but there's a route onto Beep.
Damage. Encore only gets onto Slappy Joe because everyone backs away, but Wander's going to be able to get that shutdown. Violet now trying to be able to go in. Aurora comes in from the back line, is going to be able to take out Beep. Violet is dead. Room between realms. Oh, that almost looks so pretty, but Season of Leaves, we got a quadra kill.
That is as many kills as it's been since his 10th birthday. I mean, this is just ridiculous. This kid is better at League than I was at anything when I was 14. Just running this game. They pick the scaling Victor for their youngest player in this pivotal game 5, and he is rewarding them in every single way, finding so many great angles. And also, it's 25 minutes into the game, already has fully completed his passive for some time now, farming extremely well, has a 550 gold shutdown. Now in that last fight, one good thing for the agency, Wander picked up 1,000 gold shutdown on Nunu. That is a lot of gold, has been transferred into a Spear of Sojin, which will help not only with survivability, but also with just general damage output over the course of a fight. That last fight started so well, but Broken just overextended a little bit. And so Violet was able to put out too much damage before they were able to try and make that turn happen. And then once you dive onto Victor, if you're not able to kill them in 1 second, the amount of damage that comes out with those gravity or those rays are just so much.
Now, with game 5 on the line, SpellBinders starting to run away with it. Baron Nashor is now up and ready to go. Agency, they need to find an opening. Broken, one of their amazing talents that we have seen in the 2 seasons of League that we have watched them play, has been their ability to be able to steal objectives. If they can steal this Baron, it could be a very big difference maker, and it's going to have to happen now as Baron is going to get started.
They have the blue Scryer's Orb in there now, and they're not beating it until right now. It does go down. They have wards on the back of the pit, SpellBinders do, so they'll be able to see Broken if he goes in there, but Strokerton running up, they're giving it up. They don't want to risk it. Terry Tinkle is DP'd in the top side.
And now Terry Tinkle, no! They go down.
The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. Season of Leaves pushing forward onto Strokerton, trying to, I mean, Violet coming in from the side, doesn't hit the snowball, but he's in a great position.
Doesn't have the flash available, and everyone for the agency has to be able to back away. Encore is good, but it's not good enough. 2 members of the agency are now dead, and the SpellBinders now are in prime position to get whatever they're looking to get.
Oh, back at Slappy Joe. doing his best Terry Tingle impression though here, just going to try and kill everyone while his team gets Baron.
Yeah, and might even be better than Terry Tinkle here because he might be able to get the kills. No, he doesn't. Wander's gonna be able to take out Sloppy Joe, so it's a 1-for-1. But 4 members of the SpellBinders are now looking to go after Baron Nashor. Broken is gonna try to get there, but it's not gonna be a steal this time. Agency are gonna have Baron Nashor.
All right, they have to just reset for a moment because they don't have the best champions for this position. The Kha'Zix has not worked out. Terry is doing Terry things, but Strokerton and Wander and Seraphine can find these angles. They just have to hit the back line. Slappy Joe, I realize that's fine, has the Rift Maker, so is going to have pretty good sustain throughout the course of these fights, but it will hinder the damage output just a little bit. But it's kind of the same conversation we have about jungle champions at this point, where your income is just not there, so you have to kind of index into tank, recognizing you're not going to get the damage item necessary to actually continue to be a threat. So opting for more utility items with the higher econ might be the move here as they push forward into the base. 5 members strong in the mid and bottom lanes, looking to put pressure on 2 lanes. 30 minutes about to hit the timer in this game. 5 turrets to 0. SpellBinders looking to return to form.
And indeed, they're on their way to do it with Baron up, with almost every member going in or having it. It's going to be a very tough spot as Terry Tingle tries to go in for the unstoppable force. The heroics are not worth it. Season of Leaves is legendary. Wander's going to be able to take out Valiant, so it's a 1-for-1. But Dunsey is going to be able to go, or it's going to go down to a Soju. Stroker's going to try to use the Realm Between Realms to keep everyone out. A lot of damage coming through, but it's not quite enough. And folks, you have yourselves a Grand Finals AVL champion. The SpellBinders will take the series in a 3-2 banger fashion.
Push to the absolute brink off the backs of their 14-year-old prodigy mid laner. Season of Leaves absolutely demolishing that game. And I think the incredible thing about this SpellBinders team is throughout this series, I mean, I gave a Josu an MVP one game for the Aphelios. I gave Slappy Joe the MVP for the Dr. Mundo game. Violet was another great option. This game, it's got to be Season of Leaves. Beep was incredible. There isn't a single player on this team who isn't performing at an incredibly high level. And when someone, takes maybe a step back or has a bit of a misplay, they are constantly being picked up by the rest of their squad. It's so incredible.
I love it. I mean, this series, I want to say that it could have gone either way. And I think that that's true. There is that slight asterisk on, the state of game 1 being, there being so many disconnects, by there being so much happening in, or there was so much issues going on with that game. But from game 2 to game 5, the SpellBinders tried and succeeded at showing that they were the ones to be able to make it happen. I'm so impressed with them. I think I have to give my finals MVP to Violet because of that Sejuani play. That Sejuani game was so freaking good.
Yeah, it's so hard because they all played so well, and I feel like I'm a bit biased now knowing just how incredible the story is for this mid laner, but I think you're right. When it comes to consistency throughout the course of the series, when it comes to making plays, the Vi, even in game, this is really how I make my decisions for these, is in the losses, who was able to try and get them back. And the Violet's performance on Vi was just about the only reason they were able to find some angles to come back. So I think I can't see anything wrong with giving this a Violet.
Absolutely. But folks, we're gonna have a Soju come in for a post-game interview. I do apologize. I do want to be here, but my puppy has been dying for the last 2.5 hours to go outside and hang out with me. I need to take care of him. He's like clawing at my leg. Okay. So we're gonna take that quick break. So I'm gonna bow out for the time being. But thank you guys all so much for watching. Moose out. We'll see you guys soon.
All right, and hello and welcome to our interview here. We have a Josu, the winning bottom laner, played an enormous variety over the course of this series. And your first question, I want to give you a little bit of a softball here because you're now a champion here in the AVL. And every single game, we saw the Varus band up against you. So I know that it's typically just a B1. Everyone's playing it right now. But is there anything that goes into your draft prep knowing that they're constantly going to be taking away this champion from you every game?
Yeah, I mean, how we kind of thought of it was if they're going to take away Varus, we're just going to B1 a really strong jungler, or we're going to B1 a strong AD. Like Corki was our first pick in game one, but otherwise it was always just a jungle pick.
Yeah, and you guys seem to like the strategy. You know, I always love the players that grind solo queue, and you have, you know, the Corki was great. The Aphelios, I gave you the MVP for that game. So sticking to comfort seems to be a big priority for you guys. Now I want to talk. I know it was forever ago, but game one was a bit rough. How much of that do you attribute to them getting so many comfort picks? You know, the Orianna for the one trick, and you have the Riven coming in, and you have the jungler had the Lee Sin. So what was going through your mind during that game?
Well, to be honest, a little behind the scenes, I messed up the draft because I was clicking the buttons, and we specifically talked about before the game that we were gonna ban Talia, Orianna. No, it was Nocturne, Yasuo, and Orianna, but I accidentally banned Talia instead of Orianna, so it kind of gave them Ori, which was pretty hard for our draft to play against, and we just struggle into Orianna as a team anyways.
I love that you kept the Talia ban for the rest of the series, though, because you're like, well, I mean, now it's the best mid laner up, so we might as well just keep this going. I mean, obviously, it was such a back-and-forth series, so many stressful moments, and for a lot of your players, you've been there before. You've been in these hyper situations. We talked a lot about it in the cast. I want to know what Season of Leaves is like in these moments, these high-stress moments. You have this prodigy coming in, and in this last game specifically goes absolutely ballistic. What's it like playing in these high pressure situations with this guy?
Seasons is honestly throughout this run with AVL, this is the first time I've ever played like comp with Seasons. Seasons is probably one of the best teammates I've had in high pressure situations. Seasons is like barely like speaking and kind of just playing their own game. If you remember game 5 when me and Seasons both flashed from the Malphite ult to like save the play, me and Seasons just didn't say a word. That's kind of how Seasons functions, and he kind of just puts up the damage numbers and pops off. I mean, he was just he was just popping off. I don't know.
And speaking of popping off, you now cap off an incredible season where you led the league in KDA, led the league in CS per minute, and were one of the highest ranked players. You cap it off with an AVL championship. Congratulations. And anyone you're looking to shout out here before we take things home?
Thank you. I think I'd like to shout out all my friends that are watching. I really appreciate you guys. They've supported me almost every game. And of course, my teammates. It wouldn't have been possible if we replaced any of you. Like, all of you guys contributed to this, and it was honestly a lot of fun, and I hope we play again sometime soon. Other than that, shout out Gravity. I'll be playing with them coming up, so make sure you guys are on the lookout. Thanks.
Incredible, and I am excited to see where you guys go from here. Continue to move up the ladder. Maybe some spring OQs, who knows? But for everyone here at Aegis, thank you all so much for watching these AVL finals. Thank you for watching all of the split. Thank you for watching all of our different leagues. Please join the Discord, follow here on Twitch so you don't miss any Aegis League action. From myself, from Moose, from Ice in the production booth, and from Ajosu, both of our teams, thank you all so much for watching and for playing, and have a wonderful night.